Hello everyone. So we are discussing CAT 2024 slot 1 paper right now. The questions are here and we will be solving each question and arrive at an answer so that you guys can check where you did right or where you went wrong. And we will be beginning with the VARC section. So this discussion is about the VARC section to begin with, and it'll be there'll be other videos on the quant and DILR and other slots also. So let's begin the VARC section. But before we do, let me tell you that this was a very interesting paper, right? We've already discussed this in the analysis as well, that it was an interesting paper because it was a balanced paper. It was not very difficult. It was not very easy. There was a good balance of questions, and there were a lot of doable questions if you could find them. So maybe you might leave a question or two in an RC that you've done, right? So that you can maintain your accuracy. If you're able to do that and pick out those questions which you can do, it makes a lot of sense and you can score high. So with that, and another thing to mention is that the sequence that we will be going in will be different because generally the sequence is jumbled up for everyone in their paper. So you might not follow this sequence as per your response sheet, but all the questions are the same. So let's begin with the question 1, which is an out of context question, or what someone might say is an odd one out question, right? We call it an odd one out question also. So out of context question or odd one out question is a question where we are looking for the odd sentence. There are 5 sentences given to us. 4 out of the 5 sentences make sense in a sequence to form a logically coherent paragraph. And one of them is talking about a similar thing, but it's not really fitting into the paragraph. So that is exactly what we need to look for. Okay, there are 2 ways in general to solve an out of a context question. There are 2 ways to do this question. One is the parajumble way. Parajumble way is where you try to arrange these sentences in a paragraph, and if they do, and when they do, right, the one that remains, which doesn't fit into the paragraph completely, which doesn't fit the sequence, right, is your answer. That is the out of context odd one out sentence, right? So that is what we are looking for. Other way is you could directly look for an odd one out, right? So directly look for something where either the tone does not match or the context doesn't match, or suddenly the discussion is the same, but the focus of the discussion has shifted to something else, right? So if some such thing happens, that's what the odd one out, right? So these are the 2 ways in which you solve the question, and we will try to see which one fits here. So in my opinion, this question is best done in the first manner, that is a parajumble manner, because it forms a very clear sequence, right? So let's get into the sequence. If you read the question, so let's read the sentences first one by one. Animals have an interest in fulfilling their basic needs. So animals have a right, have an interest to fulfill their basic needs, but also avoid suffering, right? Thus, we ought to extend moral consideration to the animals. Okay. Second, Singer viewed himself as a utilitarian. Now we are talking about a guy, I guess, called Singer. Okay, so viewed himself as a utilitarian and presents a direct moral theory concerning animal rights, in contrast to indirect positions such as welfarist views. So, okay, there are some welfarist views which are correct, but they are indirect positions. There is an actual direct moral reason for animal rights to be considered, right? So the third sentence is he argued for extending moral considerations to animals because similar to humans, animals have a certain significant interests. Now let's understand this. Whenever I see pronouns such as these hanging in midair in the out of context questions, I look for where it attaches to, right? So if there's a place it attaches to, that's a sequence for you, possible, right? Okay. So the event that publicly announced animal rights as a legitimate issue within contemporary philosophy was Peter Singer's Animal Liberation text in 1975. So this seems like if this is a part of this paragraph, this may be the opening sentence, maybe. As such, we ought to view their interests alongside and equal to human interests, which result in humans having direct moral duties towards animals. Okay, यहाँ पे भी एक interesting part है, which is there. This could give us a clue. So let's get into this. यहाँ पे he जो बात हो रहा है, what we are talking about, he is actually referring to singer, and singer is mentioned in two places, right? It is mentioned either here and it is mentioned here. So he should attach to either for or to. Now, given that for seems like an opening sentence, let us for once consider that the paragraph starts with for. So when you do a parajumble of this sort, right, you need to read in that sequence. So for and to hence may be connected. So let's read it like that. The event publicly announced animal rights as a legitimate issue was Peter Singer's animal liberation text. Okay, and then we are giving views that Singer had about it, about animal rights. So Singer viewed himself as a utilitarian and presents direct moral theory concerning human rights, in contrast to indirect positions such as welfarist views. Now, what was that direct moral theory he's talking about? Right? So that needs to be explained. Is there anything which is explaining the direct moral theory? So one is he argued for extending moral consideration to animals because, similar to humans, animals have a certain significant interests. So animals have interests and those interests matter, right? So that could be a sequence. So इसके बाद 3 आ सकता है. Or let's look at the first sentence. Animals have an interest in fulfilling their basic needs. Yeah, of course they have an interest, right, in fulfilling the basic needs, but also in avoiding suffering, and thus we ought to extend moral consideration. Okay, now after two we could have that as well, but what it is saying is indirect positions, welfarist views to hai, but there are more direct moral theory that concerns animal rights. So we are looking for the direct moral theory. This is one of the key, right, and that is mentioned in the third sentence. So in my opinion, third sentence comes next. So he argued for extending moral consideration to animals because, similar to humans, animals have certain significant interests. Now, what are the significant interests की बात अगर हो रही है, right, then we could go to number 1. We could. But 5 क्या बात कर रहा है? As such, we ought to view their interests alongside and equal to human interests. So we are talking about equal to human interests, and that's a direct moral theory here. It's not just about that they need to fulfill their basic needs or avoid suffering, like it is said in the first sentence, but it is just as equal to human interest. That is what animal interests are about, and hence there's a direct moral theory, right? So then this gets completed with the fifth sentence. So the link is 4235, whether it is in terms of the indicators like he and there, or in terms of the meaning that it creates, which leaves us with one which doesn't fit anywhere, and hence the one is the one which is out of context. Now this is a question which is not that easy, so I would not be unkind to say that ये बहुत easy question था. ये थोड़ा this was a twisted one, right? So it was difficult to fish out this number one, definitely. Okay, so that is the first question. The answer is, so let's write it down. The answer is 1. All right, so let's move to the second one. The second one is an RC. So question number 2 to 5 belong to. So let's start reading question 2. Times have changed for the once almighty discipline. Now times have changed kahan pe hai? Second paragraph, first line has been saying. Now what was the idea? The idea was, the previous paragraph said what? It said how Becker did not accept other disciplines, so he did not take from other disciplines, which he should have to understand or evolve economics. Whereas times have changed now, Piketty is is moving towards an idea where there are other things that can be borrowed from other places, right? So social psychology and other examples that were given. So basically, let's look at this. Option 1 says sarcastic about how economists who earlier shunned other disciplines are now beginning to incorporate them in the analysis. So पहले जो economists shun करते थे, they never accepted it. Now they are incorporating it. So yes, this is correct. This is absolutely correct. None of the other options will fit in, and this is the direct answer, right? So All right, so let's move on to the next question. Now let's get on to the question number 6. So question number 6 says, uh, what question is this? It is a para completion question. So you have to fit the sentence in the paragraph somewhere, wherever it fits the best. So what is the sentence given to us in this kind of questions? First you read the sentence and then you read the paragraph as a whole and see where it fits in the best. So the brain isn't organized the way you might set up your home office or bathroom machine cabinet. ये बात हो रही है, ठीक है. So you can't put things anywhere you want to. आप कहीं भी कोई चीज नहीं रख सकते हो. The evolved architecture of the brain is haphazard and disjointed and incorporates multiple systems, each of which has a mind of its own. Evolution doesn't design things and doesn't build systems. Okay, see, now think about this. You can't just put things anywhere you want to. That's the first part of the sentence it says. The second part says evolution doesn't design things. इसके बीच में brain isn't organized. Now please understand, I stop here only. Technically, you're supposed to read the whole thing, right? But I am stuck. I'm stuck because my brain isn't organized the way you set up home office or bathroom medicine cabinet. And then you are saying that first sentence, you can't just put things anywhere you want to. This completely connects. So I'm stopping here because this completely connects. Either it has to be one, the first blank, or the second blank. However, we'll read further to see if it fits anywhere else also. So let's go forward. Evolution doesn't design things and doesn't build systems. It settles on systems that historically conveyed a survival benefit. There's no overarching grand planner engineering system so that they work harmoniously together. The brain is more like a big old house with a piecemeal renovations done on every floor, less and less like new construction. Now, big old is like big old house. Now, there's a comparison here, but comparison is with an old house as compared to a new construction. It is not with what the sentence is given to us. So the sentence, in my opinion, fits either in the first blank or the second blank. It could only fit in the second blank if it connects both the first and the second sentence, which is you can't just put things anywhere and evolution doesn't design things. In दोनों को connect करना चाहिए. Only then that sentence will fit in the second blank. But it does not. Hence, it should fit in the first blank. First blank is option 1. Option 1 is given in the fourth MCQ. So your answer should be 4 or D, right? So let's see this. So since it fits here, which is this, it's option 4. So that is where they try to confuse you, right? So this was the next question. Now we come to question number 7. Question number 7 is again an odd one out question, right? So out of context question. So let's go for it. Urbanites also have more and better options for getting around. Uber is ubiquitous. Sorry, easy to rent. Dockless bicycles are spreading. Battery-powered scooters will be next. When more people use buses or trains, the service usually improves because public transport agencies run more buses and trains. Worsening services on public transport, terrorist attack, and in some urban metros, and rise in fares have been blamed for this trend. It seems more like that public transport is being squeezed structurally as people's need to travel is diminishing as a result of smartphones, video conferencing, online shopping, and so on. There has also been a puzzling decline in the use of urban public transport in many countries of the West, despite growth in urban populations and rising employment. Now, I see two things. It seems likely that public transport is being squeezed structurally, right? Which means it is reducing, it is diminishing. Why am I not able to delete this? Yeah. So then people's need to travel is diminishing and puzzling decline in use of urban public transport. There are two things which are quite visible to me, right? Then we are talking about worsening services on public transport, terrorist attacks. So everything that's been talked about is negative. Okay. And the reason of all of this is also, and then connected to that, is what is saying urbanites have more better options for getting around, like Uber and this and that. So they don't use public transport. Right now, this guy is trying, in the second sentence, if you see, they're trying to explain ulta. When people use buses or trains, the service usually improves. Now, I don't need to go to Parajumble here. I will to explain to you. But in this one, there's a clear tone mismatch. Everything is saying that the public transport is diminishing, it is decreasing. There's some problem here, some problem there, and there are things which are replacing the public transport, like Uber, dockless bicycles, battery powered scooters, etc. So basically, everything is saying that. And now, two is saying something in favor of how to increase or improve the public transport agencies. So that doesn't go logically with the main idea or the tone. It is not going. So that's your answer. The odd one out is this one. All right. So now, if it were to do a parajumble logic, definitely there has been a puzzling decline should be the first sentence, right? That sort of opens the topic, that there's a decline and that is puzzling. कि क्यों कम हुआ despite there is the increase in the urban population, despite the rising employment, why is there a decline in public transport? So that's a question being asked in a way. Then we come to the next one. उसके ऊपर, over and above the problem, right? Worsening. So 3 and 4 are sort of continuing to 3 or 4, 3 and 4 or 4 and 3. Both of them are explaining the problem that is 5. And 1 is giving the reason that adds to the decline. Right? So something of this sort, 5 4 3 4 1 or 5 4 3 1. I'm not clear and I'm not making an effort to solve this because it's not a parajumble question. My point is these 4 are related and 2 is not. So that's your answer to question number 7. Okay. Now we'll get on to questions 8 to 11. That's a passage. So this passage starts, it's a very interesting passage, by the way. It's about bandicoots, some animals called marsupials. It's a class of animals. Generally, marsupials are those animals which whose babies are born in an undeveloped manner, just for your information. So, and then they grow outside the mother's body, but inside a sort of a pocket in the body. So, kangaroo, for example. So, these are some marsupials we are talking about, and which are called bandicoots. Okay, so it is about them in Australia. So let's begin reading this. Landing in Australia, the British colonists weren't much impressed with the small-bodied, slender-snouted marsupials called bandicoots. So Australia mein jab Europeans, the British colonists came, they were not interested in the local fauna, right? कि क्या हो रहा है, क्या नहीं हो रहा है. Their muzzle, which is much too long, gives them an air exceedingly stupid. So British found them stupid, it seems, because of their long snout, right? One naturalist noted in 1805, they nicknamed one type the zebra rat because of its back-striped rump. So पीछे उसका back stripe था. Silly looking or not. Achha, by the way, so the first paragraph is talking about bandicoots. It's introduction of British coming to Australia and not paying heed to the bandicoots, and bandicoots ka description is given here, short description, right? And with British perspective also. So next paragraph is silly looking or not. Though the zebra rat, the smallest bandicoot. So zebra rat is the smallest bandicoot, more commonly known as the western barred bandicoot, exhibited a genius for survival in the harsh outback, where its ancestors persisted for some 26 million years. So what time say they were there in that harsh conditions, right? Its births were triggered by rainfall in the bone dry desert. So jab rainfall hota tha is when the births would trigger. It carried its breath mint sized babies. So breath mint ke size ki babies in a backward facing pouch. So there's a pouch in the mother's body and they would keep their babies there. So mothers could forage and for food and dig shallow camouflage shelters. Okay, so that's a little more description about a specific type of bandicoot, right? Sorry, which is called the zebra rat, right? So zebra rat bandicoot का description है ये, which are also today known as Western barred bandicoots. So now please understand that this is not a very difficult read. It's just that you have to connect the right things to be able to answer the questions, right? So okay, so that is what this thing says about it. So description continues. Okay. Next, still these adaptations did not prepare the Western barred bandicoots for the colonial era transformation of its ecosystem. So there was, because of the colonization of Australian heartland, mainland, there was a transformation of the ecosystem for the bandicoots, especially the Western barred bandicoot, which you're talking about. Particularly the onslaught of imported British animals. So the British animals that came in, so cattle and rabbits specifically, जिन्होंने उनका पूरा vegetation जो delicate desert vegetation होता है, it was damaged completely. And then, so that is one thing. So cattle and rabbits are one thing that destroyed the vegetation. And house cat, which was a predator, so ravenous house cats that soon developed a taste for bandicoots. Several of the dozen odd bandicoot species, so entire species went extinct. And by 1940s, which is about 100 years or 120 years, the Western barred bandicoot, whose original range stretched across much of the continent, sorry, persisted only on two predator-free islands in the Shark Bay. Okay, so they were now left from entire Australian mainland, right, across the continent. It was only left in the two predator-free islands in Shark Bay, which is off the coast of Australia. Our isolated fauna had simply not been exposed to these predators. So for the first time, such predators came on the mainland, and there was no exposure of that sort. So it was not expected in the 26 million years for the bandicoots. They were not ready for the house cats and the cattle and rabbits. So that's what it means, right? So let's summarize what these two paragraphs, third and fourth paragraphs, say. It talks about they were well adapted to the environment, but they were unprepared for the predators, right? So that is the crux of the whole thing. And who are the predators? Predators are two different kinds of predators: cattle and rabbits, who destroyed the vegetation, and house cats, who were the predators to them. These two caused the reason of extinction of 12 species, and whatever was left of the bandicoots, the what was the name of it? Barred, just a second. Western barred bandicoots were only left on two islands. So that is what it is saying. Okay, now while deserts is using descendants of those few thousand island survivors, so few thousand left, which are called the Shark Ray bandicoots because they were left in the Shark Bay islands, in a new effort to see the mainland bandicoot revival. So what is happening is those islands में जो survivors of the Shark Ray bandicoots now are looking at sort of reviving the mainland bandicoots also. So they have imported 20 bandicoots, these bandicoots, to preserve on the edge of I don't know how to pronounce this desert in remote interior of New South Wales. Okay, so basically there is an effort of revival of bandicoots on the mainland. Okay, so this sanctuary is a challenging place, desolate much of the year, with one of the world's most mercurial rainfall patterns, relentless droughts followed by sudden drenching floods. So extreme conditions hai, and yahan pe they are trying to revive. Okay, so revival is trying. They are trying. Few survivors, they may say 20 they have taken, and they are trying to revive on the mainland. So That's the that paragraph. Next paragraph, the last 2 3 paragraphs, right? The imported bandicoots occupy two fenced exclosures. So there's some, we've heard of enclosures, right? Enclosures are where animals are enclosed in a certain environment so that they cannot affect anything outside. For example, if you enclose a tiger in an enclosure, the tiger cannot eat the people who are watching it or whatever outside that enclosure. But instead, यहाँ पे enclosure की जगह the word used is exclosures. Okay, so exclosures cleared of invasive rabbits. So there are no rabbits there, and feral cats. Feral cats are the cats, right? Which slunk off once the rabbit disappeared. So both of these are not there in that exclosure. The third fenced area. So there are two such exclosures they mentioned, and there's a third fenced area which contains the program's wild training zone, where two other rare marsupials, so other species of marsupials, bilbies, right, a larger type of bandicoot, and mulgaras, a somewhat fearsome fuzzball known for sucking the brains out of prey. So two different species of, or two different types of marsupials are being reared in the third fenced area. They currently share the terrain with a controlled number of rats. So the controlled number of cats are not in the two exclosures of the bandicoots. They are in the third fenced area where you have bilbies and mulgaras learning to evade them. It's unclear whether the shark ray bandicoots, which are perhaps even more predator naive than their now extinct mainland bandicoot kin, will be able to make that kind of breakthrough. Which means, so earlier the western barred bandicoots were naive; they had not seen the kind of predators that came in. Right? These 20 that are brought in and they are being reared, they are more predator naive than their ancestors, right? Who came in before. So, which means they are more vulnerable in that sense. Okay. So the question that is being put up is: will, in a way, will shark, क्या था, shark bay bandicoots survive? Is the question. Right now they are predator naive. So let's go to the last part. For now, a recent surge of rainfall has led to bandicoot joey boom. Joey matlab kids, bandicoot ke younglings. Okay, so there is an increase in population of the shark ray bandicoots, raising the wild desert's population to about 100. So these are 20 लाए थे, now they are 100. Right, with other sanctuaries adding to that number. So there are more such sanctuaries which are adding to that number. There are also signs of rebirth in the landscape itself. So now the landscape is also coming back, is sort of becoming better with their constant digging. So these bandicoots keep digging, they trap the moisture and allow for seed germination, so the cattle damaged desert can restore itself. So the desert which got damaged by the cattle is now getting restored because of these bandicoots coming back. Okay, hence they have a new nickname, and a flattering one this time. We call them ecosystem engineers, is what Pedler says. So they got a new name called system engineers, right? And so there's some kind of a resurgence happening. Now, ये समझ में आ गया है. Now let's go on to the questions. So first question: which one of the following options does not represent the characteristics of the western barred bandicoot? Does not represent. So we are looking for what is not the characteristic of bandicoot, western barred bandicoot. So first is look of a rat, but with baby pouch and slender snout. So ये दिया हुआ है, slender snout and baby pouch. कहाँ गया? Let's look for it. Where is it? Look of a rat. So okay, they look like rat, so zebra rat, right? But with a baby pouch, we know it's a baby. They have a baby pouch and a slender, that the muzzle, the snout that they have. It's a slender snout. ये कहीं और भी लिखा हुआ है. There's somewhere else also it is mentioned. We'll have to look for it. Let's find it. Just give me 1 sec. Okay, let's read it again quickly. Muzzle which is long gives them extremely stupid. Slender snouted, yeah. Yes. Slender snouted. So that is what a slender snout is about. Smallest black striped marsupial. ये smallest लिखा हुआ है. Smallest यहाँ लिखा हुआ है. But smallest bandicoot बोला है. So bandicoot is a kind of marsupial, and this zebra rat, the western barred bandicoot, is the smallest bandicoot. It it is not written whether it's the smallest marsupial. So smallest marsupial बोलना is actually an alien or maybe an extended concept. It's not given, right? So yes, it is said that they camouflage and they dig. It is given here, right? That they're constant digging, and here it is given their camouflage shelters, right? But so camouflage and dig is given. Black stripe is given. Smallest is given, but smallest marsupial is a wrong thing. So automatically, आपका answer you've got your answer, that is true. But let's check the others. Long thin nose, yes, it is given. Black stripe back, yes, it is given. Pouch for joeys, yes, it is given. Shallow diggers, yet it is given. Elongated muzzle is given. So basically, your answer is 2 here. Okay. Let's go to the next one. The text uses the word exclosures because while deserts has adopted a measure of, why is it called exclosure and not enclosure, right? So one is barring the species, barring the entry of invasive species. So is it called an exclosure because, so generally enclosures means what? That animals cannot go out and harm, let's say, like example I gave you of enclosure of a tiger or enclosure of a gorilla, right? But this is an exclosure because we need to protect what is inside from what is outside. So hence, yes, exclosure might mean barring of the entry. Okay. Excluding animals to make islands predator free. They have not made the island predator free. In fact, there's a third exclosure or the third fenced area where they have kept some amount of cats, like it is mentioned here, right? A third fenced area with a controlled number of cats. So it's not a predator free environment. Okay. Ridding the main desert of feral cats. No. Again, we are not talking about ridding, and definitely not large bilbies. Bilbies is the third fence areas is made for the bilbies. Restoring cattle damaged deserts to green landscape. Well, that was not the purpose of bringing the making the exclosures or naming it an exclosure, right? So hence the only one option which is matching here is number 1, barring the entry of any invasive species. So keeping the invasive species out, the predators out, okay, out of the exclosures. All right. So coming to the third question here. Which one of the following statements provides the gist of the passage? Now, gist is a summary. Summary questions we have done, and we'll be doing some more today in this test. So, summary questions में क्या होता है? So, there are 2 rules of summary. One is main ideas, main points should be covered, and the absolute main idea should not be missed. So, it should capture the main idea and the key points. 2 points. There are 2 things to do. So, let's check which one does that. Okay. Marsupials are going extinct due to colonial area transformation of the ecosystem, which also destroyed natural vegetation. First of all, marsupials are going extinct, yeah, but not all marsupials. So this is not the exact gist. The gist is also that these are coming back, or we are trying to bring them back somewhere. That is the kind of discussion that's happening, which is not mentioned here. So this is eliminated. The negligent attitude of British colonists, correct. There was a negligent attitude towards bandicoots, evidenced by the names given to them, led to their annihilation. Annihilation means complete destruction, which is not the case. And secondly, also, it's missing a lot of points which are there in the passage, important ones. The onslaught of animals such as cattle, rabbits, and house cats brought in by British led to extinction of the western. It's not extinct. Some of the bandicoots are extinct, 12 odd species, but this one is remaining, and it is now they are trying to revive it. So it's not extinct yet. Okay, so that's also wrong. A type of bandicoot was nearly wiped out. A type of bandicoot nearly wiped out, not completely annihilated. Okay, so that makes sense. Zebra rat, that is the western barred bandicoot, is a type of bandicoot which got nearly wiped out, not completely, by invasive species. Correct. But rescuers now pin hopes on a remnant island, which is the island they're talking about, right? That population, so they're trying to revive it. So yes, this covers a lot of points and the gist of the passage. So yes, this is what we are talking about. Okay. According to the text, Western barred bandicoots now have a flattering name because. Why do they have a flattering name? Which flattering name are we talking about? We are talking about the ecosystem engineer's name that is given to them. Okay, so why did they give that name? Because they led a revival in the preserving of the species. Yes, this is possible. They so Western barred bandicoots are coming back, getting revived, and getting preserving the species. Yes, they have grown fivefold in terms of population. Well, because of the fivefold, yeah, that is true. But again, that is not why. These 2 points are not why they've been given the name ecosystem engineers, right? They are, of course, they are reviving themselves, their species, but also they are reviving the nature around them, the ecosystem. So, led to a surge and increase of rainfall? No, this is not given at all. Aided and altering an arid environment? Yes, they are transforming a desert into a more greener, and that is given here, right? There are also signs of rebirth in the landscape, right, from a cattle damaged desert, and restoring itself. So yes, that is the reason they gave that. This was an easy one. So this is among the easy questions of this slot. So that brings us to the end of this passage, right, about the bandicoots. Now let us go on to the next set of questions, which is question 12 to 15. Let's understand. The first question says, we can infer from the passage that medieval craft guilds resembled mass production. So medieval craft guilds का resemblance to mass production क्या है, right? So what is being said in the passage about that? The first option says, focused extensively on product quality. Medieval craft guilds is mentioned in the last paragraph, right? We have already read this. So it is saying that medieval craft guilds were monopolies which resisted new entrants. ये बात किया है. Hierarchical young men spending long periods as apprentices before they could set up on their own. By the time the innovative spirit may have been knocked off. So जब तक the youngsters, the creative youngsters, when they reach that place where they can actually utilize that creativity, they are already older. The innovative spirit might have sort of been curbed. So ये सारी बातें हुई हैं. And finally ये बोला है craft workers can thrive in the modern era but not if they get too organized. So thrive हो सकता है. ये कहीं नहीं बोला that they focused on product quality. So it is an alien thing. So it is not been given in the passage. Right. Next one. Did not always employ egalitarian production processes. Again, ये बोला है that did not egalitarian का मतलब क्या हुआ है? Something that puts equality in at the fore, right? So egalitarian is where there is a so production processes. There is no mention about yes ये बोला है कि कहीं पे equality शायद थी नहीं. Again वो equality के बारे में नहीं है. When they say that the junior people, the young men may be hired as apprentices and stuff like that, ये नहीं बोला है कि there were no egalitarian production processes. So this option speaks specifically about the production processes which are not egalitarian, which is also sort of a sidetrack option. कि yes sir ये बात हुई है but ये इससे connected नहीं था. Okay, so that is again out of question. Did not necessarily promote creativity. एक second. Did not promote creativity. अगर होता तो I would have ignored this answer. But did not necessarily, now this is a keyword which connects with this, कि या हम लोग सोचते हैं कि craftsmanship की वजह से creativity can thrive. However, medieval craft guilds का example is given with that thought that they became monopolies and it resisted new entrants, and hence creativity was sort of sometimes curbed. So it may, as a craftsmanship, it may promote creativity, but not necessarily. So yes, that is exactly what is being said, but let's still weigh the option number 4. Discouraged innovation. Discouraged innovation. मतलब बाय फार कोई भी इनोवेशन हो रहा तो वो लोग डिस्करेज करते थे, ऐसा तो नहीं बोला. may not encourage all the time, ho sakta hai, but discouraged is a very strong one. So this becomes an extreme option, and hence I would reject it. So by elimination or by selection, the answer is number 3. Question number 2. Which one of the following statements is not inconsistent with the views shared in the passage, stated in the passage? Now, not inconsistent means what? So it's a double negative, right? So not inconsistent. So हम logic के हिसाब से वापस जाएं तो not inconsistent, double negative. So 2 negatives become a positive, but it is not exactly a positive. So not short does not mean tall. Not short means maybe tall. Just to give you an example, if a guy of 6 feet 2 height is standing with another guy who's 5'9" or 5'11", so would you say that 5'11" wala banda as compared to a 6'2" wala banda is shorter? Is short? No, he's not short. He is not as tall. Not as tall means maybe short, because 5'11" is not short. So maybe short, may not be. So not inconsistent means may be consistent. So what we are supposed to find is may be consistent. So let's read the question again and replace this. Which of the following statements may be consistent with the views stated in the passage? Okay, so far so good. So let's read all the options, and this time I'll go from the bottom because that's what I do. What I do is sometimes mood ke hisab se I start from the beginning, start from the end. But yeah, so the arts and craft movement was initially inspired by American system of production. The arts and crafts movement was initially inspired. Just a second. Let's go back to this. This process means singer sewing machine के context में बोला है. This process created its own reaction, first in the form of arts and craft movement. So that was the first thing to happen. Okay, in reaction, as a reaction to the singer sewing machine ka mass production, right? However, singer sewing machine is one example of the American system where mass production happened with standardized parts, right? So technically speaking, arts and crafts movement was inspired by American system production. नहीं बोल सकते. Arts and what is given is arts and craft movement was a reaction to singer sewing machine का example, right? So I would eliminate this. Hence, now let's go to the next one. Let me cross it properly. Okay. We need to support the crafts. Only then we can retain the creativity intrinsic to the production. Yes, we need to support the crafts is what the passage generally gives a feel about. We can retain creativity intrinsic to the production is also given in the passage. But my problem is only is extreme, because वो बोल रहा है कि only if we support the crafts can the creativity thrive in production. That is not true. Yes, crafts may help us. It's a may. It's not an only, right? So it's an extreme option. Hence, it is eliminated. The agile movement of the software is a throwback to the tenets of medieval craft guilds. Okay, so let's go to agile movement. So agile manifesto यहाँ पे बात हुआ है. Medieval craft guilds यहाँ पे बात हुआ है. Agile manifesto का why is the example given? The example is given that ऊपर बोला है कि wherever there is a mass production going on, it will curb creativity. It will repress or suppress creativity, right? This example is given for agile manifesto where individuals and interactions over processes and tools, which means there are some systems in a mass manufacturing or the typical IT company which may also foster creativity. So ये example दिया है कि जरूरी नहीं है that a mass production sort of a process, right, would only curb creativity. Then maybe some places where it might give a boost to creativity. Achha, medieval craft guilds is given as an opposite example, that every time craftsmanship does not always lead to creativity and hence job creation, right? Medieval craft guilds are ulta. They were monopolies. They resisted new entrants, and hence they sort of suppressed creativity to some extent. So what is done here? Mass manufacturing process is against, or maybe against, creativity. And the example of agile says not necessarily. Another is craftsmanship, right, is pro creativity. And medieval craft guilds example shows that not necessarily. So basically, they are both giving anti examples to their own hypotheses. So basically, agile movement in software is not a throwback. It is not similar to the example of medieval craft guilds, right? So hence, this is again eliminated. So by elimination, one should be the answer. Now let's check one. Okay, now you know why I started from the option number 4. Creativity in crafts could be stifled if the market for artisan goods becomes too organized. Now, this is given somewhere. कहाँ गया? Okay, if the artisan goods become too organized, if it becomes organized, what will happen? Medieval craft goods is an example, right? If it gets organized, it could actually reduce the creativity. So now it does not necessarily reduce creativity. Please remember. So the important part here, which I completely agree with, is could be. So creativity could be stifled. So yes, it could be stifled. And the example is given in the last passage. So because of that reason, by selection also, one is the answer. So either you go by selection or by elimination, your answer is number 1. Now we come to the question number 3. The most recent revival in interest in crafts is a result of emergence of the following, except, please make sure you read this, which means there's a revival in crafts is a result of what? So 3 options should tell us what is the revival due to. One option is not given in the passage, or does not support the statement that that's a reason for the revival in interest of the crafts. So that is the one we have to find. Okay, let's look at it. Concerns about environmental impact. Now this is given to us. Let's check. There are 2 potential markets. The first comes from the existence that they're willing to pay a premium for goods. Okay. Second lies in those who are wishing to purchase to support local workers or reduce the environmental impact. So it is given. So people purchase because that's one of the markets, because they want to reduce the environmental impact for the mass manufactured goods and so on, the processes and so on. So environmental impact is given here. That is okay. Let me not pick this. This is given as a reason for the revival in the interest of crafts. Okay, given. A second option says a greater interest in buying locally. Greater interest in buying locally, supporting local workers. Yes, local goods ko support karna hai. This is given. A niche market for discerning buyers. Discerning matlab, discern means a person who can make out, right, the value of something or the difference between something. So people who understand the quality. So deemed to be of extra quality. Those who are willing to pay a premium for goods that are deemed to be of extra quality. So a niche market for discerning buyers of quality products. This is also given as a reason why the interest in crafts is increasing, is reviving. So by elimination, the 4th should be the answer. Now let's read the 4th one. Support for individual creations as opposed to mass-produced objects. People want to focus on individual creators. Ye nahi bola. That is why there's a revival in the market. Ye nahi bola. Individual creators as against mass-produced object. That is not given. So this is your answer, because we have to find except. Okay. All right. So let's go to the 4th and final question of this passage. The author questions the ability of crafts to create substantial employment opportunities presently because. Now he questions the ability of craft to create employment. Now where is this given? So let us check quickly. This is given right here in the last 2 paragraphs. Okay, so let's read the first line of the last two paragraphs. But the broader question is whether crafts can create a lot more jobs than they do today. It's a question on whether crafts could create jobs. So author questions the ability of craft to create substantial employment because. So now let's now jump into the answers, the options. Regulatory requirements could make it difficult for small craft outfits to compete. Now, this is directly given. This is a direct answer. Okay, it's given in the passage. You could not get this wrong. Let's see. In a world where products and services have to pass through regulatory hoops, large companies will usually have the advantage, which means the crafts will have a or may have a disadvantage, right? So they'll find it small crafts will outfits will find it difficult to compete because of the regulatory requirements. I'm so sorry. So सीधा दिख रहा है कि ये आंसर है straight away, right? There is nothing else required. But let's look at the other options. The low scale of craft production will not be able to absorb the mass. ये नहीं बोला है कि the scale is small so they cannot absorb the mass of the labor. ये नहीं बोला है, right? Craft guilds tend to resist new entrants. Just a second. ये बोला कहां पे है? Medieval craft guilds were monopolies which resisted, but not current craft guilds, not all craft guilds. Understand this. You can't make a generic statement. So this is a broad. इसने क्या किया? Medieval craft guilds की जगह he has expanded that to all craft guilds in a way, which is wrong, right? So this is not exactly being said. Though this is written, it is written about medieval craft guilds specifically as an example. Okay. Are unlikely to accept large number of trainees. ये भी नहीं बोला है. They will take trainees. In fact, that's a problem. Medieval craft guilds also will take people as apprentices and journeymen, which is trainees. So technically, ये पूरा option, ये दोनों option hence are straight away eliminated. Workers made redundant by automation are unlikely to opt for craft. Now, ये क्या बोल रहा है? Those workers who don't get job in the mass production industries, right, sectors, would not like to join or may not prefer to join the craft related work. Again, worker preference की वजह से employment नहीं हो रहा है तो बोला ही नहीं है. Again, so this is eliminated. So by selection, by elimination, this is hence your answer. Let's move on to the next one. So now we come to question number 16. So let's see the question number 16. Okay, this one is about the summary. So it's a para summary question. So let's look at it. Certain codes may, of course, be so widely distributed in a specific language, community, or culture. So there are codes, language, community, और culture. So culture में जो codes या language में जो codes होते हैं, उसकी बात हो रही है. Okay, and these codes are so distributed, so widely distributed, and be learned at so early an age. They are learned so early by people that they appear not to be constructed. So even if codes are constructed and not natural, they don't seem so because bachpan se they are learned at very early age. The effect of articulation between sign and referent, but to be naturally given. So what he's trying to say is it seems like it is naturally given and not a created code, right, in a language. Some simple visual signs appear to have a near universality in this sense. So it appears universal in this sense. Some visual signs. Though evidence remains that even apparently natural visual codes are culture specific. So ek taraf, its evidence says that some natural visual codes are culture specific, but they are so universally applicable that they have achieved that universality, right? Seem to have achieved. However, this does not mean that no codes have intervened, which means there are some codes which have been intervened, they have been put in, and they're not natural. I don't know what he's trying to say, but if I think, right, in my mind, what, as an example, a person eats like this with his hands, So automatically, if he is hungry, he'll do this. So it's a sort of a universal sign in that sense. Anyone who's hungry anywhere in the world 20,000 years back would also do this, I guess. Right? So in my mind, I've taken this example. But there are some codes which may not be natural. They are intervened, they are put in. But they seem natural because you've been learning this from the beginning at an early age. Right? Okay. Rather, that the codes have been profoundly naturalized. So they are not natural, but they are naturalized. The operation of naturalized codes reveals not the transparency and naturalness of language. It does not reveal the transparency and naturalness of the language, but the depth, the habituation, and the near universality of the codes in use. Okay? They produce apparently natural recognitions, apparent natural recognitions. So it seems like a natural recognition, though it might not be. This has the effect, ideological effect. This has the effect of concealing the practices of coding. So if there are some coding practices that are going on, which intervene those codes, which seem naturalized, right? But it doesn't seem like it conceals. Conceals matlab hides. So this, all of this hides the practice of coding, which is present. So there is a process of coding that is happening, which is not natural, but since it is learned at an early age and it is put in such a way that it achieves the near universality and hence appears natural, right? And hence, which is what we call naturalized. Now, this is what this passage means. Now, uh, now let's discuss the options quickly. Okay, so not all codes are natural, but certain codes are naturalized to appear universal. Ideology aims to hide. Now, the problem with this is, so there is an effect of hiding that automatically happens. So what we are saying is there is an deliberate coding, but it gets hidden. You don't ideology का कि कोई है जो who aims to hide deliberately. That is not what is said. It's not a deliberate attempt to hide. It happens to hide, right? This is the way it happens. Okay. So this is a reason why this option is straight away eliminated. Now we come to the next one. Learning linguistic and visual signs at an early age makes all such codes appear natural. Learning linguistic and visual signs at an early age makes all such codes appear natural. This naturalization of codes is the effect of ideology. Now, again, it's the effect of ideology. No, yeah, ideological is just used as an idea. The effect that comes out is this. So it's not ideology which is making it happen. Okay, it is just happening by itself. So the codes are getting naturalized by itself. Okay, that is what is being said. So in the same vein as the first one, this also gets cancelled. All codes, linguistic and visual, have a natural origin, but some are so widespread that they become universal. All codes, linguistic and visual, have a natural origin, but some are so widespread that they become universal. This is what hides the mechanism of coding behind science. This makes some sense. Let's look at the fourth one. Language and visual signs are codes. They are codes. However, some of the codes are so widespread that they not only seem naturally given, but also hide the mechanism of coding behind the signs. Now, both of these options seem similar, right? But only one of them is true, right? So we need to identify what is the actual answer. All right. So sorry. So the problem here in the third one, which is seemingly true, is all. It's an extreme option. Why is it an extreme option? Because it is saying all codes have a natural origin, whereas some codes have a natural origin, some are not natural. They are intervened and they get naturalized because of their universality. Okay, so the point is all codes have a natural origin is wrong. It's an extreme option, and hence it is wrong. So the answer for this is fourth one, right? And with this, we come to the end of this question. And now let's move on to question number 17. Question number 17 is the summary question. Okay, so cartographers design and create maps to communicate information about phenomena located somewhere on our planet. In the past, cartographers are those who design maps. अभी तक थोड़ा पढ़ोगे तो समझ में आ जाएगा in this paragraph only. So they design and create maps to communicate information and phenomena located somewhere on the planet. In the past, cartographers did not worry too much about who was going to read the maps. कौन पढ़ेगा? They were not worried about the users. Although some simple usability research was done, like comparing whether circle or bar symbols work best. Cartographers knew how to make maps. This has changed now. However, due to all kinds of societal and technological developments, today map readers are more demanding, mostly because of the tools they use to read maps. Cartographers, who are also influenced by these trends, are now more interested in seeing if their products are efficient, effective, and appreciated. So now we have to come up with the best summary. So let's go for it. Maps are being used for a variety of reasons, and therefore map readers have become more demanding. I mean, this does not cover the gist of the passage, right? Maps, ठीक है, ये तो definition ही है कि they are used for a variety of reasons, and become more demanding is one of the points given in the paragraph, but that's not the main point. What is the main point? The main point is cartographers who are also, last line, influenced by these trends are now more interested in seeing if the products are, so these days people are reading it more, they're more interested in how it looks. So user ke hisab se how to design is the question. So that's a point that should make place in the option. So this one is eliminated. Modern map makers evaluate a map's effectiveness, efficiency, and satisfaction of a user through a series of experiments. Ye to alien hai, it is not mentioned. So because it is alien, this is eliminated. New technological developments have prompted cartographers to experiment with their maps by applying these new innovations. Again, experiment with new innovations. ठीक है, there are trends and products efficiency, effectiveness, and all of that has to be increased. There are technological developments. ये सब बोला है, but new innovations and experimentation is not. It is alien. Today, cartographers also need to look into the usability of the maps because of the new technological developments, which is what the conclusion is. So fair. This is the summary. This is the point. So I think this one was easy, I'm sure. Right? Okay. Question number 18. Question number 18. This may be a little confusing, but let's see. So scientific research shows that animals are very intelligent and have sensory and motor abilities like that dwarf ours. So they have some sensory and motor abilities. They're very intelligent, and they may have it better than us in that sense. Dogs are able to detect diseases such as cancer and diabetes and warn humans of the impending heart attacks and strokes. Elephants, whales, hippopotamuses, giraffes, and alligators use low-frequency sounds to communicate over long distances, often miles. Many animals also display wide-ranging emotions, including joy, happiness, empathy, compassion, grief, and even resentment and embarrassment. It is not surprising that animals share many emotions with us because we also share brain structures located in the limbic system that are the seat of our emotions. So it is the animals are showing emotions similar to us because of the similarity in the brain structures. So that is what it ends with. So now let's look at the options. Let me start from the bottom here. Let's start with the fourth option. Animals are more intelligent than us in sensing danger and detecting diseases. Yes, that is given in a way, but it is not completing the entire picture till the end, which is the conclusion, is not covered. Second one option, animals can show emotions which are typically associated with humans. This is also correct, also given, but let's see if there's a better option. The advanced, now I'll see the third one. The advanced sensory and motor abilities of the reasons is why They can display wide-ranging emotions. So here is a problem. Advanced sensory and motor abilities of the animals is given. It is advanced. That is known. They can display wide-ranging emotions is also given, but one is because of other is not given. There is no causality attached between the two different points. Now let's see the first one. So this is the absolute eliminated. Third one. The similarity in the brain structure explains why animals show emotions. Okay, so animals show emotions has been covered here, has also been covered here. But that is typically associated with humans in terms of the similarity in brain. That is an important part of the passage, which sort of concludes the thing. And hence, the right summary covering all the points would be this. So, option 1 is your answer. Let's move on to question number 19. The sentence, this is a sentence completion question. The sentence given to us is comprehending a wide range of emotions. Renaissance music nevertheless portrayed all emotions in a balanced and moderate fashion. Sorry. So मेरे लिए ना going forward ये दो चीजें important होगी. Let's read. A volume of translated Italian madrigals were published. I don't know what madrigals are, and it doesn't matter. Were published in London during the year of 1588. The sudden public interest facilitated a surge of English madrigal writing, as well as a spurt of other secular music writing and publication. Okay, so here there is a thing that caught my eye. There's a spurt of secular music. Sudden interest. Okay, sudden public interest and a spurt. This music boom, very important connection. This music boom is the sudden public interest and spurt of other secular music is the music boom. So there's a direct connection. So I don't know if I can put the sentence here. It will disturb the sentence. If I put it in the first blank, it will disturb the flow of the passage. Okay, it is not even matching, but it will disturb. So this music boom lasted for 30 years and was as much a golden age of music as British literature was, with Shakespeare and Queen Elizabeth I. Okay. The rebirth in both literature and music originated in Italy and migrated to England. The English madrigal became more humorous and lighter in England as compared to Italy. Renaissance music was mostly polyphonic in nature. Now, this is another important one. Polyphonic in texture, sorry. Polyphonic means multiple phone is sound. So multiple sounds in terms of the range. So next line again explains that extreme use of and contrast in dynamics, rhythm, tone color do not occur. Okay, so it was mostly polyphonic and extreme use does not occur. Very extreme doesn't happen. The rhythms in Renaissance music tend to have a smooth, soft flow instead of a sharp, well-defined pulse of accents. Okay, so now let's see where it should come. Now extreme use, यहाँ पे बोला है mostly polyphonic, and यहाँ पे बोला है extreme use and contrast do not occur. Right? So let's look at this sentence. Comprehending a wide range of emotions. Okay, Renaissance music nevertheless portrayed all emotions in a balanced and moderate fashion. So let's understand this. First of all, there's a key word nevertheless. Okay, nevertheless meaning first it is saying that Renaissance music was polyphonic in texture, right? Nevertheless, Renaissance music portrayed all emotions. एक तरफ polyphonic है, but it also portrayed all the emotions in a balanced and moderate fashion. So it was balanced and moderate, and that goes with the point that extreme use was of all of this did not occur, which means this is where this sentence will fit in between. So basically option 3 is your answer. All right, so this is done. Now let's go on to the last RC, the fourth RC, right? And this is a very easy read. It's just long options that are given, the long and slightly complex in one-word question. but otherwise the reading is absolutely easy and fun. So let's get on to it. In the summer of 2022, subscribers of US streaming device service HBO Max were alarmed to discover that dozens of platform offerings, from COVID themes, heist thriller Lockdown to a recent remake of The Witches, had been quietly removed from the service. So HBO removed a couple of shows or programs from its service. The news seemed like vindication to those who had long warned that streaming was more about controlling access to the cultural commons than expanding it. So earlier, what happened was there was some kind of a speculation that it is not about these guys don't want to HBO and other streaming devices. They don't want to expand the spread of the work. Rather, they want to control the access, right? So that is what they are saying. As did the reports, since denied by the show's creators, that Netflix had begun editing old episodes of Stranger Things to retroactively improve the visual effects. So after the show is out, after a couple of whatever days, months, years passed, they have went back and changed the effects. Okay, so basically, it is the question is that they are controlling. So what is the crux of this discussion, right? The crux of this discussion only is controlled access. Streaming device want to control the access. What is less clear is whether the whether the commonly prescribed cure for these cultural ills, a return to the material pleasure of physical media, is the right one. While the makers now what happens is, in the entirety of all of these are only examples, various examples. So let's see. First example is Blu-ray discs. Okay, while the makers of Blu-ray discs claim that they have a shelf life of 100 years, such statistics remain largely theoretical until they come to pass. So unless 100 years pass and the Blu-ray discs are still in action, still working, right? Only then we can say that they have a shelf life of 100 years. Otherwise, just a claim. And are dependent on storage conditions. Not to mention the continued availability of playback equipment. Okay, Blu-ray discs may exist in good shape, but what if there is no playback equipment 100 years down to play a Blu-ray disc? So basically, that's a question, right? How? Okay, let's take another example. The humble DVD. Next example is DVD. The humble DVD has already proved far less resilient. It's not even claiming 100 years, right? It's far less resilient, with many early releases already being beginning to deteriorate in quality digital movie purchases, provide even less security. So basically, DVD started deteriorating already, the quality of it, right? Any film bought on iTunes. Now the third example comes in, right? iTunes, Apple का. So iTunes could disappear if you moved from one territory to another. So the one problem is, that's a one problem, right? That if you move from one territory to other, you lose the rights to the same music, okay? With a different rights agreement, and try to re-download it. It is a bold new frontier in the commodification of art. So art has been made commodity. The birth of the product recall. After a man who took to Twitter to bemoan losing access to Cars 2 after moving from Canada to Australia, Apple clarified that users who downloaded films to their devices would retain permanent access to this data. So now, what is he trying to say? What is he trying to say? He says Blu-ray discs as a technology might not survive. DVD is deteriorating. It's not a great. So basically, everything that is old in terms of movies and art, nothing is surviving. iTunes का एक territory से दूसरे territory में जाओ तो it gets redundant. Now, okay, Apple solved this. Apple clarified that the users who downloaded films to their devices would retain access, even if they relocated to a hemisphere where the content was subject to a different set of rights agreement. अगर agreements अलग भी है तो भी you will retain it, thanks to the company's ironclad digital rights management technology. However, such files cannot be moved or backed up, which means iTunes पे है तो iTunes पे है. You cannot put it somewhere else. Apple is a closed ecosystem, right? So locking you into watching your Apple account. Again, it's about controlled access. Basically, there's nothing which has a free access is what, or a permanent access is what is being said. Okay. Another example comes in. Anyone who does manage to get a DRM free copies of their favorite films must nonetheless grapple with ever changing file formats. So now, even if you get a digital rights management free, so free from DRM, in that sense, then the file formats keep changing. So today there's one format, 10 years down that format might not even work. So, and there is data decay. The data inside any format, right, as a software or a hardware format, it starts decaying. So not to mention the data decay, the gradual process by which electronic information slowly but surely corrupts. So corrupt ho jata hai. So basically everything is showing you the evanescence. I'll tell you what the word evanescence means. Evanescence means the short-livedness, right? Everything is short-lived. Blu-ray disc ho ya DVD ho ya iTunes ho, file format, nothing is going to be permanently there, right? Which is what the streaming platform promised us, that things will be there for a longer time. It'll be there for in terms of a permanence over time, right? So that is what he's giving an example across, and that also now they have controlled access to, right? Okay. Over the regular migration of files from a to hard drive can delay the inevitable in a Sisyphean battle against uh, the ravages of digital time. In a sense, none of this is new. Now he's giving more examples. Let's write more examples. So he gives an example of Charlie Chaplin, who burnt down his own work, again showing that it is the work is ephemeral or evanescent, right? It is short-lived. So Charlie Chaplin burned the negative of 1926 film A Woman of the Sea as a tax write-off. Many new films have been lost through accident, negligence, or plain indifference. For example, another example is the Fox film Vault. जहां पे आग लग गई, it caught fire and got burned down, destroying a majority of the silent films produced by the studio. Back then, at least, cinema was now. Okay. So first, he starts giving an example of controlled access, how HBO and Netflix control the access today, go and change things, they remove material and so on and so forth. Then he gives examples of in history, there was no technology where, or by mistake or whatever, right? Anyway, it was ephemeral. The data was not very long lived. Now we had expected it will be long lived, but they have controlled the access. That's what he's trying to say. Now, the last paragraph is going to conclude this. Back then, at least, cinema was defined by ephemerality. Again, ephemerality is exactly what I call evanescence, which means short-lived. Okay. So उस टाइम पे तो वैसे भी short-lived था सब कुछ, right? उसका example एक और example देता है. So one more example of ephemerality. Okay, and that example is the sense that a film was good as gone once you left your local cinema. So पहले तो इतना कुछ था ही नहीं. You had local cinema. Local cinema में जब तक movie है, the movie is there. The movie is there. If the movie is removed, it is not there. It is as good as gone, right? Today, with the film studios keen to stress the breadth of their back catalogs, or to put in Hollywood terms, the value of their IPs, audiences may start to wonder why those some studios seem happy to set the vault alight themselves if it helps the quarters number. Why? So he leaves us with a question finally. Why would you do this? Kyun karoge? Why would you remove things? Why would you change them? Now that you have technology on your side and things can live for a longer time, why would you change it? So that is where the author comes from. Okay, so now let's get on to the questions. The first one is, which of the following statement, if true, would best invalidate the main argument of the passage? Best invalidate. Okay, so first we have to find what is the argument of the passage, or sort of understand it, and then we have to decide that, okay, if this is the argument, which of the following options is invalidating it, or reducing the value of it. Okay, in that sense. So okay, let's start. When moving to a different geographical location, Customers can easily use VPNs to bypass geo blocking. My main problem, the argument is not the geo blocking. That was one example of Apple iTunes. That is not the main point. Okay, so that is already sorted by Apple. That's also mentioned in the passage. So this is not invalidating. Not our answer. Studios and streaming devices services have committed to giving customers perpetual and platform independent access to the original digital content they have paid for. Okay, fine. Let's wait for this, because that was one of the complaints that the author had made, was that they remove stuff or they change stuff, right? Now studios and streaming services have become committed to giving customers perpetual, permanent, and platform independent access. Let's come back to this. Recent research has irrefutably proven that Blu-ray discs have a shelf life of at least 100 years. Not the main point, not the main argument. Okay, Blu-ray, he's not saying Blu-ray discs won't live. He's saying they may not. We don't know till it happens. And also, in case it does, also another problem is that there might not be playback equipment for it, right? So the problem is bigger than that. And anyway, so that is also eliminated. Improved cloud storage services have made it possible for a movie collections to now be preserved in perpetuity. The idea is to be preserved in perpetuity. Perpetuity means in permanence, in a long term, without the need to keep migrating the files. Right? Now, either 2 or 4 is the answer. Improved cloud storage services have made it possible. ठीक है. So preserved in perpetuity हो गया without need to, but that's not again the main argument. What is the main argument? The main argument is, first of all, I have paid for something, and now it is possible to have something in perpetuity in the long term, right? And it should not be dependent on platform that you take it away, right? Because I've paid for it. So now, if that's possible, why would you remove it? That was the argument, right? He left the question, why would you remove it? Right? Let's go back to the previous one. So this question we asked was this. The audiences may start to wonder why those same students seem happy to set the vault alike themselves if it will help the next quarter's numbers. So basically, your answer is number 2. All right. So let's go to the next one. Which one of the following statements about art best captures the argument made in the passage? Sorry. So which one of the following statements about art best captures arguments made in the passage? Okay. So best captures the arguments made. We have to capture the arguments made in the passage. Work of art belong to cultural commons and hence must remain available in perpetuity, irrespective of who pays. Again, यहाँ तक तो फिर भी ठीक है. This is okay. Irrespective of who pays, which means I pay for it, but you all can have access to it for perpetuity. Yes, sir. There's no such feeling that author has given in the passage, right? So this is not the possible option. So let us eliminate it. As art is increasingly created, stored, and distributed digitally, access to it is counterintuitively likely to be made more difficult by the rapid churn in technology and whims of. So all the examples, including HBO Max and Netflix, what is it saying? That even though so the technology has been changing, right? Host platforms hence have been changing. More and more it is changing to make it long lasting, but counterintuitively, matlab ulta, what is happening is in contrast, right, to what you think. Is the art is created, the access to it is controlled, more and more controlled. So the more it is created, the less it is available for perpetuity. That is what it means. So this makes a lot of sense. Okay, so read it again. As art is increasingly created, stored, and distributed digitally, access to it is counterintuitively, contrastingly, likely to be made more difficult by the rapid churn in technology and the whims of the host platforms. Okay, This makes a lot of sense. I think this is the answer. Accepting retroactive changes. Retroactive meaning going back in time or changing afterwards. So you've done something in the past and you come to the future and then you change it again. So that is retroactive. So accepting retroactive changes to works of art is dangerous. Dangerous कहाँ लिखा है? कहाँ लिखा है कि it is very dangerous to go back and change? Netflix ने जो किया is dangerous. ये तो नहीं लिखा है. He's not given that. So it will encourage creators not to not put enough effort into the original attempt, given that they can always edit or update their work later. Okay, so this is not the option because it is outside the purview, the scope of the passage. In the age of online subscription services, it is time to change our understanding of the classic works. Wait, okay, why do you have to change the understanding of classic work of arts being primarily immutable and easily available? No, there is nothing of that sort which is mentioned कि पुराना work है तो उसको it's immutable, it's unchangeable and available to the public. No, there's nothing of that sort being said. So this is completely eliminated. The only option that remains is this. So whether by elimination or by selection, this is your answer. All right. Coming to the next one, Netflix has begun editing old episodes of Stranger Things to retroactively improve their visual aids. What is the purpose of this example? क्यों बोला ये? Netflix has begun editing old episodes. Why did they say that? Okay. So let's go into this. To show a practice that justifies the fears of people who feel streaming services cannot be trusted. Okay. Yes, this feeling does come out that it cannot be trusted to be custodian of cultural artifacts like films. Which means they cannot be trusted कि ये लोग अच्छे से रखेंगे because they can keep making changes. So that's the very reason why he's mentioning Netflix in this context, right? So this seems to be the answer, but let's wait. Let's check the other options. To show that art in digital age, specifically film, is no longer sacrosanct, and may be changed to suit changing tastes or technology. Is no longer sacrosanct is a slightly extreme to say, and maybe changed to suit the changing taste or technology. So this is taking it a little far and negative in terms of tone also, right? And this part is sort of extrapolating it. So this seems to be a little extreme to me, and hence I'm eliminating it. To show that streaming services are controlling access to their cultural commons rather than expanding it. Yeah, possibly access control ka example is HBO Max. Netflix changing things going back. There's nothing to do with controlling access here. It's about making changes to the work that we all. So if I have seen something and I have a memory of it, if I go back and see it, it has changed, right? That is a problem. The problem is not the number 3. So this again gets eliminated. If this were about HBO Max, this would have been true. To show how unsubstantiated reports are leading to an increase in the level of distrust. 1 minute. Unsubstantiated reports, increase in the level of distrust. कहाँ लिखा है? This is the feeling I get. But it is not said that it is creating distrust towards streaming services. So again, this is too broad, right? Hence, by selection and elimination, one is your answer. थोड़ा सा 3 के साथ confuse हो सकता है, but remember this is about HBO Max and the question is about Netflix. Question number 4. Which of the following statements is suggested by the sentence back then, at least, cinema was defined by its ephemerality. Ephemerality meaning short-lived nature. The sense that a film was as good as gone once it left your local cinema. Okay. Presently, there is no reason why film studios should remove access. Okay. Which of the following statements is suggested by the sentence? So, ये sentence में क्या suggestion? What is being suggested? Presently, there is no reason why film studios should remove access. This has nothing to do with presently. You should not remove access. And giving an example of local cinema back then doesn't make sense. So this is the completely sidetrack option. Cinema is now no longer as ephemeral as it used to be. because the technology used for creating and preserving films has improved manifold. Yeah, this seems true. This seems correct. But this is not why they've mentioned. Why have they mentioned the cinema, this thing? Because the ephemerality of the local cinema. The reason was to say that at that time we did not have a control, right? It was very short lived. Once you are out of the cinema and the movies out of the cinema, it is, you can't watch it again. There's nothing, nowhere, no place where you can go and watch it, right? So it was talking about the ephemerality, right? So it's not about now. It's not a comparison. Around a century ago, people were more accepting of not having access to films. Again, people were more accepting. This is a slightly a broader kind of an option. It is not mentioned in the passage. So this is an absolute no-no. It's eliminated. Today, films are expected to be available for a long time. Okay. So this is also comparing it with today. Right? But the technology used for creating and preserving films has improved manifold. Today, films are expected. Now, this is specifically saying that we are expecting films to be available for a long time. उस टाइम पे कोई अपने कंट्रोल में नहीं था, because they are not tied to the local cinema. They are on a platform like HBO Max or Netflix. So it's expected to be there. This is what he's saying, and hence this line, back then at least cinema was defined by ephemerality. The sense that the film was as good as once you left, as good as gone once it left your local cinema. So answer is 4. And finally, we come to the last question. Let's look at this, and it is another para completion question. Understanding Central Asia's role helps development make more sense not only across Asia but in Europe, the Americas, and Africa. So Asia का role समझना, Central Asia का role समझना makes more sense not only across Asia but in two other places also, the other continents also. The nations of Silk Roads are sometimes called developing countries, but they are actually some of the world's most highly developed countries. The very crossroad of civilization in advanced state of disrepair. So at some time they were developed countries, highly developed countries, the Silk Road wale countries, but now they are not. They are in a state of disrepair. These countries lie at the center of global affairs. They have since the beginning of history. Running across the spine of Asia, they form a web of connections, fanning out in every direction. Routes along the pilgrims and warriors, nomads and merchants have traveled. Goods and produce have been bought and sold. Ideas exchanged, adapted, and refined. Okay, wait. So again, we have to make note of the pronouns, the indicators. These countries. So what do you mean about these countries? The most highly developed countries of Asia is being talked about, referenced. Hence, I see continuity in these two lines, which means it cannot fit here. Okay. Running across, I'll read from here again for continuity's sake. Running across the spine of Asia, they form a web of connections fanning out in every direction, routes along which pilgrims and warriors, nomads and merchants have traveled. Goods and produce have been bought and sold, ideas exchanged, adapted, and refined. They have carried out not only prosperity but also death and violence, disease and disaster. Now again, iske beech mein, this is talking about what? The purpose of the Silk Roads and how they've helped, right? So what have they done in efficiency? For example, pilgrims and warriors, nomads and merchants, goods and produce being sold, exchanged, ideas refined, blah blah blah. And then it continues. They have not only carried prosperity but death, violence, disease and disaster. So it is continuing the idea. Uske beech mein understanding Central Asia's role cannot come. So again, it doesn't fit here as well, clearly. The Silk Roads are the world's central nervous system connecting otherwise far-flung peoples and places. Okay, so यहाँ आ सकता है Asia understanding वाला. Okay, so the missing sentence can come here. It allows, wait, again, my interest is in the pronoun. It allows us to see the patterns, links, causes that remain invisible if only one looks at Europe or North America. So this what allows understanding Central Asia's role, allows us to see the patterns and links. So there's a clear reference of it. यहाँ asterisk mark करते हैं, okay? And it connects straight away here. So it, the word it, the pronoun, refers to the noun phrase understanding Central Asia's role. And hence, it should be here, number 4. So option number 4, yeah, option number 4. Okay, I got confused between 4 option 1, 1 option 4. Option number 4 is our option number 1. So this is the answer. Okay, fine. With this, we come to the end of this particular slot. I hope you've enjoyed the session, learned something. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Thank you. ओके अभी मैं क्वेश्चन 2 को री रिकॉर्ड कर रहा हूं और मैं वो शुरू करूंगा, तो इसको वहां पे क्वेश्चन 2 की जगह पर डालना है.
CAT 2024, slot number 2, VRC solution. Let's look at the questions. We start with the first question, which is a passage. Okay. This passage is taken from the BBC, Why Do Wild Animals Attack Humans in the Wild? It's 518 words. The dense factor, which I've used this fresh grade level, which is calculated based on this particular formula, it's about 14.1, which is would mean that this is a relatively dense passage. Just because a passage is dense does not mean that it's difficult to read. It also has to do with the words that is used or the topic that is given. But I'm sure that, at least from a perspective of the topic of this particular passage, there is not so much of an issue. I mean, this is something I can understand. There are a lot of details that is thrown. So some of us may struggle in terms of retaining sort of all the detail that is given. It's not important that you should retain everything. You have to retain the key ideas here, right? And I believe that there is one question which I believe has got a problem. We'll discuss that as well. But let's look at the passage and read what the passage is trying to tell us. There are 3 other common drivers. So first of all, 3 other means that obviously there are some discussion that is already has happened. These ellipses, these 3 dots suggest that something is edited out from the original source. So there are 3 other common drivers for carnivore human attacks, some of which are preventable than others. I think the good thing about this particular passage is the first sentence is giving us what the topic is about. This is carnivore human attacks, right? So this passage is essentially about these carnivore human attacks, which is good. I think that you get to know what the passage is about. And he said that some are more preventable. Some of these attacks actually preventable. Some are not preventable. Natural aggression-based conflict, such as those involving females protecting their young or animals protecting their food source, can often be avoided as long as people stay away from those animals in their food. So there is one kind of a driver of attack, which is natural aggression-based conflict, which is what is mentioned here. The natural aggression-based conflict seems to can be avoided. So long as if you don't get there, there's like animals trying to protect their young ones, protect their food. So if you don't go near them, there is no problem. So the first paragraph is sort of a short paragraph. I think the idea that we can get from the first paragraph is carnivore human attack. So I'm just calling it CNH. And there are some which are preventable, and one that is preventable is natural aggression based conflict. Natural aggression. If you go near their food, they get worried and they attack. So just don't go near them. So the natural aggression is avoidable if it is avoidable if you stay away. This is what paragraph number 1 is saying. Let's look at carnivores that recognize humans as a means to get food are a different story. Now we are looking at something that is probably not preventable. This is some particular attack that is probably not preventable, where humans are not food for a means for food, which means the animals are dependent on us to get food. As they become more reliant on human food, they might find at campsites or in rubbish bins, they become less avoidant of humans. So relying on human foods. So they actually want to come near humans because they want to get food from us. Losing their instinctive fear response put them into more situations where they could get into an altercation with a human, which often results that in that bear putting being put down by humans. A fed bear is a dead bear, says Severin, referring to a common saying among biologists and conservationists. So this means that their instinctive fear is not there in this particular case, and the end up getting dying because we killing them. If we see a bear next to us, what do? We take a gun and shoot. Ah, all right. So this is the suggestion is not preventable. That's what this paragraph is saying. Then it gets to saying a lot of the editing that has happened. You see that the passages keep throwing ideas to us. So this one thing is not preventable. Predatory or predation related attacks are quite rare. So there is something that is rare, which is predation. Predation means, I believe, that we are their food. Animals like us. They want to eat us. That is rare. This particular thing is rare. Only accounting for 17% of attacks in North America since 1955. They occur when a carnivore views a human as prey and hunts it like it would any animal is a food. So that is something that is rare. So long as we talk about the passage of thrown three kind of attacks, three kind of situations, conflict. One is natural aggression, preventable. Human means of food, then they lose an instinctive fear. And then there is a rare thing which is predation. Okay. Then there are animal attacks provoked by people taking pictures with them or feeding them in natural settings. Now there is attack which is so let's call this is one. This is a second thing that is mentioned. The third thing that is mentioned. Now the passage gets into the fourth thing, which is about provoked by humans. We provoke them. We are going then and saying, hey, we want to take photographs of some animal standing there, and the animal is like, what's going to take my snap? We are going near one animal and going, I want to take a selfie. Smile. It's like, come on. Okay. In natural settings such as national parks, which often end with animals being euthanized out of precaution, they end up killing animals for our fault. Who asked us to go near them? Eventually, that animal becomes habituated to people, and then bad things happen to animals. And the folks who initially wanted to make that connection don't necessarily realize that, says Christine Wilkinson, a postdoctoral researcher at UC Berkeley, California, with studying coyote human conflicts. Now we have got coyote human conflicts where the animals get habituated by people, we go near them, and then they get habituated, then we end up killing them. After conducting countless post-mortems on all types of carnivore human attacks spanning 75 years, Penteriani's team believes 50% could have been avoided if human acted differently. Now we have got how we can avoid this kind of stuff that is provoked by humans is if we act differently. If humans act differently, at least 15% of the problem can be resolved. The 2017 study co-authored by Penetriani found that engaging in risky behavior around large carnivore increases the likelihood of attack. So if you do risky behavior, attack is going to be high. So don't have any risky behavior. Two of the most common risky. Now we have the next passage talking about the common type of risky behavior. Are parents leaving their children to play outside unattended and walking an unleashed dog? These people are kind of walking an unleashed dog. You're leaving the dog alone. Your dog. Take care of your dog. Take care of the kids. Then he says, according to study, Wilkins says 66% of coyote attack involve a dog. People end up in situation where the dog is being chased, or the dog chases a coyote, or maybe they are walking the dog near a den that's marked, and the coyote escorts them away. Now you have got one is about the unleashed dog without beak. I mean, the leaving children around, so that this is going to create attack. The dog is going to chase coyote is going to chase dog, and this gets into a lot of problem. Experts believe that climate change. Now we have got one more. We have got four. This is avoiding risky behavior, and then you have got climate change. Climate change also play a part in escalation of human-carnivore conflict, but the correlation still needs to be ironed out. So we just don't know exactly how much is the problem. We still need to figure out. As finite resource becomes scarcer, carnivores and people are coming into more frequent contact. which means that more conflict would occur. There are scarce, food is scarce, resources are scarce. So then they have to come near us. We have common resources that is caused by climate change. Says Jen Miller, International Program Specialist for the US Fish and Wildlife Service. For example, she says that there is an uptick in lion attacks in Western India due to a drought when lions and people were relying on the same water resource. So that is caused by climate change. But we still need to figure out what the role of climate change is. The likelihood of human carnivore conflicts appear to be higher in low income countries dominated by vast natural tundra. Then another thing is where this is high. So low income countries where there's vast rural landscape and farmland. According to Penetriani's research, there are a lot of working landscapes in the global south that are really heterogeneous. So it's where when there is heterogeneous, there is a lot of attack. That are interspersed with carnivore habitats, forests and savannas, which creates a lot more opportunity for this encounter. Basically saying, so if I just statistically says, if you look at the particular passage, the passage is not very difficult to read, even though the passage is dense. The reason why it is dense because you've got these long sentences. You look at this length of this particular sentence, or maybe a lot of the sentences are sort of long. So these sentences also really long sentences. That is the only reason why this shows 14.1 as a grade. But if you actually look at the content, is easy to read. One of the things that happens with this particular passage, there are a lot of data point that is given to us. It starts by saying there are certain things that is preventable. It's actually about carnivore human attack. That's what the passage is talking about. It starts by talking about something that is preventable, can be avoided if you stay away, which is a natural aggression-based conflict. That's the first thing the passage says. Then the passage goes about something that is probably not preventable, which is when the humans are means of food. Right? Then they lose that instinct fear. The fear means that they can escape. The fear is good. Fear is good response, right? But when they lose fear, there's going to be a problem. And then there is something that is mentioned about something predatory, is something that is rare. So you've got that one mentioned. And then it's talking about animal attack provoked by people, that we are taking selfies, we feed them. That's another problem. Then he's saying that some of these problems can be resolved if we act differently. That is, risky behavior is going to create problems. So what are the risky behavior? A couple of risky behaviors mentioned. One is about unleashed a dog, which get attacked, or they attack coyote, or leaving children unattended. Then we talk about climate change, where the passage is not really sure, saying that, okay, we still have to figure out what that is. And then he says that from the geography perspective, where is this likely to happen? The likelihood is when the place is very vast, place heterogeneous, place is rural, and that's where the passage leaves out. Okay, the passage is really talking about where are the opportunities of these carnivore human attacks happens. So this is sort of the passage, right? Let's look at the question. Question number one. According to the passage, which of the following scenarios would most likely exacerbate is create more problem to the frequency of carnivore human conflict. So one of the problems that happen in questions like this is that we don't read the question carefully. So this is merely talking about the frequency. This is not about the quality of attack. I can't use the word quality. It's about quantity. How frequent more likelihood of this attack, right? So which is where um, and a lot of things, a lot of different type of attack are mentioned, right? And if you actually look at answer choices, so let's, for example, there's one that talks about unleashing dog is mentioned, climate change is mentioned, photographing wild animals is mentioned. The one thing that is not mentioned is implementing food waste management strategies to prevent wild animal attacking. This is alien. This you'll actually see that this is alien to the discussion that is given in the particular passage. Therefore, this is something that we can eliminate straight away. Then we get into trouble. Right? So one the good thing is that the passage is not going away. Right. So you're looking at something that is most common risky behavior. Something that is most common. Most common is something that is more frequent. So that is talking about frequency. That happens about these children and the unleashed dog, which is this unleashing dog by pet owners in areas known for high carnivore, high constant loss carnivore would be the answer to the question, right? And now, what are these two? This particular answer choice or the trap that is set in this particular answer choice is what I call a side tracking. Side tracking is these are true information given the passage, right? But doesn't answer the question. Impact of climate change, availability of resources. First of all, impact of climate change is still needs to be ironed out. Whether that is causing frequency, we don't know. So this is not correct. Attempting to photograph wild animals with secured view impact. When you look at this, there are these talks about animal attacks provoked by people taking pictures, right? But is it going to create the frequency of attack, more number of attacks? That is not mentioned. And saying so that is not mentioned here. Is merely saying that taking pictures, feeding them, is animals being euthanized, and it doesn't talks about frequency. Because the common one in this risky behavior is this unleashed dog, which is the answer to this question is answer choice number 3. So here is a question that are being little evil, trying to trap us by giving these sidetracks. But answer to this question, answer choice number 1. Let's look at question number 2. Given the insight provided by Penetriat research and Wilkinson's statement, which of the following conclusion can be drawn about relation between landscape heterogeneity and the human-carnivore conflict? So, which is the last paragraph here? So, landscape is we have got this one and this one. I think you remember this. It has to be vast rural area, and with heterogeneous is where there is high conflict, right? The diversity of intersection of working landscape with carnivore habitat and rural areas increases statistical probability of encounters between human and carnivore. This is a good one. When you look at conclusion can be drawn, so just treat it as something that is true based on the information that is given in the particular passage. This is perfect. There's no problem here. We can say that one is very good. Look at this. Low-income countries with vast contiguous wilderness areas are less prone to human attack. Conflict is wrong. It is more prone. So if you are low-income countries, it is more prone. First of all, low-income countries actually is more prone, not less prone. So this is a contradiction. Homogeneous landscape with uniform agriculture practices are more likely to experience. No, homogeneous is less likely. Heterogeneous. Heterogeneous is more likely. Homogeneous is exactly opposite to that, which means this is also a contradiction. Easy elimination. Landscape heterogeneity characterized by mix of farmland and natural habitat inherently reduces the chances. No, it increases chances. So here, these things are pure contradiction. I would say, therefore, this question to be relatively easy to answer. I'm sure that most of you would have got, or most of the people would have got this question correct, right? And we reach question number 3. And this sort of a question, I think there's a problem with the question. Now, the given answer to this question is answer choice number 2. I believe that's not the answer. I believe 3 and 4 are better contented. In fact, I will rather believe that 4 would be a far better answer to this question than 2. I don't know. While I'm recording this particular video, this is based on the response key, right? I sincerely believe that they should change here. Okay. First of all, let's look at how the question is framed. Which of the following statement, if false? Now it starts by saying if false, which means we have to consider each of these statements to be false, which means we have to look at the exact opposite of the statement would be inconsistent with the concerns raised in the passage regarding the drivers of carnivore-human conflicts. If false is inconsistent, there are 2 ways you can deal with it. 3 ways. I think 3 ways you can solve this question. One is read this particular sentence and think the opposite and think whether it's inconsistent or consistent, which is very difficult to do. I think that the best way to convert this into if true. If it is if false inconsistent, which means if true, it has to be consistent. So we can change the question and say, which of the following, if true, is consistent with the concern raised in the passage, which means which of the following is aligned with the information that is given in the particular passage. That's what the question is saying. Another way to also deal with this question is pure maths. Now, if I look at if false, that's a negative statement, right? True is a positive statement, false a negative statement. Inconsistent is a negative statement. So the net impact is negative and negative is positive, which means we are looking at something that is aligned with this particular passage. What is aligned with this particular passage? Predatory attacks by carnivores are a common occurrence and have steadily increased over the past few years. This is a contradiction. This is, if it is true, it is inconsistent. Now, if it is false, it will be consistent. If we are saying that if it is false, it will be inconsistent. If it is true, it has to be consistent. Because predatory attack is quite rare. It's only attached to 17 percentage, steadily increased over the past few decades. This particular information is inconsistent if true. Therefore, it's going to be consistent if false. The question is asking inconsistent if false. I hope you get it. But we're just going to convert this question and saying this, okay. Now let's look at this given answer choice that is given. I don't think this can be the answer. It can't be. Climate change has had negligible effect on the frequency of carnivore human attacks in the affected region. Now, uh, whether they had negligible attack or not is what is given here is that the correlation still needs to be ironed out. We still need to figure out. It say also play a part in the escalation. How much it does, whether it is negligible, not saying that they are given examples. A spinal resource says scared carnivores people are coming on more frequent contact. Why are you saying negligible? This is not consistent with the passage at all. So if it is true, it is inconsistent with the passage. Now, if it is false, it is inconsistent, which is asked by the question. True, consistent. This can't be the answer. So whatever the answer that they have given is problem. It is a wrong answer. I think I have made a mistake, and they better accept they made a mistake. True can't be the answer. So the people should get marks. Now look at 3 here. 3 says that human efforts to avoid risky behavior around large carnivores have proven effective in reducing the conflict incidents. Now, what the passage says is that bargaining team believes that 50% could have been avoided if humans reacted differently. Okay, so 50% could have been affected. This is saying that this will be a 50% reduction. Whether that is proven effective in reducing conflict, I think 50% reduction is still a reduction. It is not saying elimination. So I would still believe that this is consistent. Now, few human efforts to risky have proven effective in reducing conflict. I think 50% reduction is still reduction. No, it's not saying eliminating conflict, it's saying reduction conflicts. So I believe that it is consistent. And saying the carnivore lose an instinctive fear of human when constantly exposed to human food is absolutely consistent. This is absolutely consistent. If you have to pick up between 3 and 4, I would probably say 4 is a sort of a better answer to that particular question. I would say better. I think that the person who created the question made a mistake. I don't know why they did it, but this is a mistake. So 2 can't be the answer. The official answer key is definitely wrong. Again, I'm saying it is if false, inconsistent. Let's look at if false. Carnivore lose their instinct fear of humans when they constantly export. Let's look at if false. Carnivores don't lose their instinctive fear. This clearly says that it loses their fear. Losing their instinctive fear response put them into more situation. If false, it is inconsistent. And if it is true, it is consistent. This has to be the answer to the question. You would probably say that given the fact that it's 50% reduction, effective in reducing conflict may not be consistent with the particular passage. I would say 4 would sort of be the answer, but whatever it is, the given answer choice, which is 2, by the response key, just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That I've said it. They made a mistake. They did make a mistake. All right. Let's look at question number 4. According to the passage, what is a significant factor that contributes to the habituation of carnivores to human presence? This is about habituation question. Habituation. Habituation is this. He's saying habituation is this. Like they become more reliant on human, they become less about humans. The instant fear put in more situation. This is the habituation. This is habituation. The reduction of carnivore instinctive fear, resulting them in reliance upon human. That's the habitation. Now, the natural aggression, which is actually mentioned in the particular passage, is something that can be avoided. This is natural. It is not their habit of conflict. They don't want to be conflict. What is creating habituation? This doesn't create habituation. This is a sidetrack. The predatory perception of humans is potential. In which case, that is rare. So there is no habituation here. So this is anyway not the answer. The increased scarcity of resources due to climate change. Climate change, we just don't know. It still needs to be ironed out. So all these are kind of sidetrack, which means things that is mentioned in the passage is given. But this one at least is much more easier to pick up. Answer choice is 2. So in this particular passage, I would believe that one question may have, so question number 1 may have some issue. Question number 2 is fine. Question number 3, there's a problem with question number 3. And question number 4 here it says. So it's kind of 8 marks from here should have been absolutely fantastic and absolutely good. from here, right? Let's look at the question number 5 here, which is a sentence fitment question. You can call it sentence placement. You can call it paragraph completion. I rather like the word sentence placement or sentence fitment. We are trying to fit a sentence onto the particular passage. So you've got a sentence here. One of the thing that is one of the clue that you get in the sentence is yet, which means so there is a contrast that has come from a previous sentence. It's each day the flock. So the flock, which means that there has to be this requires some sort of an antecedent, some discussion about some flock produce eggs with calcareous shells, though they apparently had not ingested any calcium from the land, which was entirely lacking in limestone. Okay, so some detail. Let's see these answer choices. Early in this century, young and veteran schoolboy who preparing himself for a scientific career began to notice a strange fact about hens in his father's poultry yard. Now we are just starting the conversation. This is a little more detail. I'm getting to this. Why I want to put yet here? So this can't be the place cannot be option one. Okay. As they scratch the soil, now you are getting into they're talking about a strange fact. Okay, let's see what. As they scratch the soil, they constantly seem to be pecking a speck of mica, the siliceous material dotting the ground. Okay, they are picking mica. Yet each day the folk produce eggs. Why would you put here? No one could explain to Louis Kerman why the chicken selected the mica. So you're talking about they picked the mica. Why they select the mica? We don't know. I think we can't place it here because these two sentences automatically connected together. Or why each time a bird was killed for the family cooking pot, no trace of mica could be found in its gizzard. They're picking mica, but there is no trace of mica. Now he's saying, now it's not very obvious whether you should play the sentence here. Now the only way to do this is by pure elimination. If I look at this sentence, it took Kervran many years to establish the chickens were transmuting one element from the other. So he actually established, you answered the question. Once he answered the question, why is he raising a question once again? There's a question being raised, no? Because some strange fact. So this he has answered the question by the chicken were transporting one element into another. Question has been answered, so you can't place it here. The only way to place it is in number three. That's how you can navigate this one by pure elimination. If I look at the source, this is taken from this book, The Secret Life of Plants. This is the original article early in this century. A young Breton schoolboy who was preparing himself for a scientific career began to notice a strange fact about the hens in his father's poultry. As they scratch the soil, they constantly seem to be pecking at specks of mica, siliceous material, dotting the ground. No one explains to Louis Kerman why the chicken selected or why each of this bird killed the family. And now the way it is given, or why. Each day, the folk produce egg with calcareous shells though they apparently had not ingested any calcium from. He's saying or why. No trace. It is or why. It is saying that they scratch it. They want to explain or why. Now the original source. This was or why, and this question decided to use the word yet. The question decided to use the word yet. It doesn't make sense to put yet. So that would have created some confusion here. What kind of question setting is going on here? What are the? And the only way to get to option number three is say that you can't place it here. I can't place it here. I can't place it here. The only way to place it is three. Therefore, I'm going to place it. Yet this word yet is not making sense. But that's no other place where I can place it. I can only place in option number three, which is how we can mark this question. These questions set in there. I mean, but we tend to believe that the CAT question setting, they create amazing questions, absolutely amazing. They have this experience to creating great question. You'll notice. Just let's look at the next question. Okay, next one. Oh, unbelievable. This one, at least it's fine. Next question. I don't know what the questions that I was thinking only. Right. Sentence fitment question number 6. Just look at this question. Here, I believe what people would have felt is to kind of probably put it in 4. That's what naturally people would have done. It's my gut feeling. Okay, let's see. They're saying First of all, this is saying that some edit has been done. There are dots here, ellipses here, there are ellipses here. So at least this question is telling us that I have edited quite a lot of things from the original article. Okay. Anyway, let's just read here and see to make sense of this. Okay. The Europeans did not invent globalization. He's saying that they did not invent globalization. Okay. Now we have Europeans, they did not invent globalization. Okay. The first phase of globalization, okay, we have got about globalization, that occurred long before the introduction of either steam or electric power. This already says that Europeans are the one who actually did not invent globalization. Chinese people already did it. People in South Asia did it, right? So, so I don't know where to place it. At least there is no blank here. Okay, the first phase of global occurred long before the introduction of either steam or electric power. Chinese consumer at all social level consume vast quantity of spices, fragrant woods, and unusual plants. The peoples of Southeast Asia who lived in the forests gave up their traditional livelihood and completely reoriented their economy to supply Chinese consumers. So globalization was there. Now, you can't place it in sentence number one because of this pronoun, these exchanges. Okay. When you look at this word, these exchanges, you're talking about the exchanges that has happened here, right? So they are all automatically connected together. So the first thing is that we can't place in option number one. There's automatic connection there. So this goes. Okay, fine. These exchanges of the year 1000 opened some of the routes through which goods and peoples continue to travel after Columbus traversed the mid-Atlantic. Okay. The European did not invent globalization yet the world of 1000 differed from that of 1492. And 1492 is when Columbus traveled. So this is connected, automatically connected here. So they can't be two as well. Okay. Yet the world of 1000 differed from 1492 in important ways. The travelers who encountered one another in the year 1000 were much closer technologically. The travelers who encountered one another in 1000 were much closer technology, which means that in 1000, year 1000, the people who travel from one place to another, their tech were more or less the same. So it's basically saying that 1492, when the travel happened, the technology were different. Okay. I'm sorry. I think that I said that people probably would have thought four. I think the people would probably thought. Uh, the, okay, so sorry. Let's. I'm fine. The European did not invent globalization. Now, looking at this, what they changed and augmented what was already there since 1000. Okay, okay. Now the question is, one of the sort of mistake that you can end up making is this day, does it refer to the travelers who encountered one another? They changed and augmented what was already there since 1000, or it will refer to the Europeans. When you actually think about it, when you now when I'm thinking, when I encountered the question the first time, I did not think like this. Now I've got a second chance. So I'm thinking now it's saying that they changed and augmented what was already there since 1000. Now, if you understand what the passage is saying, the passage is saying that look, during the year 1000, there were globalization happening. So now they changed and augmented. Who has to change? Who came after this 1000? So it makes sense to place it here. Okay, the Europeans did not invent globalization. They changed, augmented was already there since 1000. If globalization hadn't yet begun, Europeans wouldn't have been able to penetrate the market in so many ways as quickly as they did after 1492. So this is the reason why you probably would have felt, I think some of you would have felt to put it here, the Europeans did not invent globalization. If globalization hadn't yet begun, Europeans wouldn't have been there. They didn't, I think this all, I think it kind of makes sense to even place it here. But I think it makes far better sense to put it in option number two because they changed. Who are the one who changed and augmented was already there? The European changed it. Europeans simply augmented what was there. They did not invent globalization. To place an answer choice number three is fine. But look at the source. Okay. It took a while for me to hunt this source. It is taken from the Yale Global Online. Now, this is a whole lot of passage. And I bolded the sentences that the question has picked. The first phase of globalization occurred during long before introduction of steam and electric power, which is the first sentence, and some part is missing. And draft animal, Chinese consumer, all social level, vast communities, vagrants, unusual plant. The people of Southeast Asia lived in the forest livelihood. It is supplies Chinese consumers. And that is part of mentioned. And there are a lot of other examples were given, which sort of the question that they ignored. Which means these exchanges therefore make sense because they are not talking about just one exchanges, they're talking about multiple exchanges, which is even in India, Malayo-Polynesian, which is why when you look at these exchanges, it doesn't make actual sense here. We're only talking about one exchange. Why are we saying these exchanges? The reason why these exchanges make sense in the original passage is because they've actually mentioned these exchanges. Now you've gone there, these exchanges traveled 1,000 open up the routes, yet the world in 1,000 different 19 ways. The travelers who encounter one another, I think there's something, some part is missing, and then they cut down a lot of these part out. As people living in different regions established contact one another in the year 1000, they set the stage for the next phase of globalization in 1500s when the European reshaped existing network. This is all is missing immediately when, but the Europeans did not invent globalization. That is sort of this one, this particular part of the passage is a part which is a discussion that happened later. This particular part of this particular passage is a discussion that is happening here. The questions that are actually discard a lot of these stuff and given this, but I think that but I think that if you are a little careful and understanding what was going on, I think the problem would have been with this particular question is when you read it, you're almost going, what's happening here? I mean, because the original article had a lot of information, therefore the sentences made sense. When they cut all the information out to create this particular paragraph, when you read for the first time, it's not very obvious what's going on, which is why people would have made mistake. Therefore, this particular question required at least a second look, which probably would have created some issue and people would have made mistake in this particular question. But answer to this question is option number 3. Okay, there you go. Paragraph summary. This was taken from the Time magazine, 168 word, 168 word. This is a dense one, but I'm sure that we can navigate here. All right. So here, what you'll actually find is all these answer choices that is given here, all of them seems to be okay. Now you kind of have to look at deviation. Is very, very important to understand every single sentence. Different from individuals, states conduct warfare operations using the DIME model: diplomacy, information, military, and economics. Okay, so we start by saying there is a DIME model. This is where the warfare is done. Diplomacy is a warfare, information warfare, military warfare, economics warfare. Most states do everything they can to inflict pain and confusion on the enemy before deploying military. So I saying that military is end में. Before that, I think that they do DIE before they end up doing military. In fact, attacks on vectors of information are well-known tactics. This information is a well-known one. Now the focus on I. This information. Okay, in the information is well-known. The stuff that they do before this sort of military operation. Information information well-known tactic of war and usually the first target when the child begins. This is where they start. First is information warfare. It is common for telecom data and communication network to be routinely monitored by governments, which is why open data policies of the web are so concerning to many advocates of privacy human rights. So telecom data, they use open data. Okay, great. Why with the worldwide adoption of social media, more governments are getting involved in low-grade information warfare through the use of cyber troops. Now you've got cyber troops, people sitting there and typing and creating misinformation. According to a study of Oxford Internet Institute of 2020, cyber troops are government or political parties, actors tasked with manipulating public opinion. There are cyber troops which is manipulating public opinion. The Oxford Research Group are able to identify 85 countries with active cyber troops, cyber troop operations utilizing many different strategies, spread false information, including spending millions in online address. I think that the focus of this particular passage is about this one. It's about how information warfare is done before military. Okay. Now, if you look at answer choice number 1, using DME model together with military operation, many things done. No. It is before. So this one may this one the simply is the word together with military operation is a problem. As part of conducting information warfare as per DME model, as a part of conducting information warfare as per DME model, which is good, focus information, many governments routinely monitor telecom data. Okay, that part is fine. And communicating networks using cyber tropes, social media, and manipulate public information. Okay, all this information is true. Some part is kind of missing. Okay, but it's fine. Okay. Following the DME model, many governments have taken advantage of open data policies of the web to deploy cyber troops. Okay. Open data policies to deploy cyber troops. This means these two things are being connected together. Reason why deployment of cyber troops is happening is because of open data policies. That is wrong. Why the open data policy is mentioned here, and then and with the worldwide adoption of social media is where cyber troop is done, not open data policies of the web, but social media. So this is sort of this is a sort of deviation from the passage. Who manipulate domestic public? First of all, second word, domestic public opinion. Why are you using the domestic? That is even more problematic. International opinion, no, only domestic. Where the passage focusing on domestic, it merely says manipulating public opinion online. Where is it domestic? This got a problem. The word primarily itself is a red flag. Primarily use DB model to apply cyber troops. No, primarily for supplement. What about others? Doesn't make any sense. Way of elimination, we can reach answer choice number 2 as an answer to this particular question. And there you have it. This is of question 2. Okay, we've got question number 8. We got a sentence fitment again, or sentence placement, or paragraph completion. We're going to fit the sentence into it. Let's look at this. Here now, science has officially crowned us. Who are us? Superior to our, officially crowned us superior to our early rising brethren. Science has officially crowned us superior to our early rising brethren. Early rising brethren would be people who wake up early. Science is saying that people who wake up late are superior. Oh my God, where will I fit this? Has officially crowned. Okay, good. My fellow night owls, grab a strong cup of tea and gather around. I have great news. Okay, now I think the first thing that comes to mind is you're talking about a great news. We can immediately put the news here. That's a thought, na. First thing that comes, we can just put this thought here. Night owls. Night owls are people who stay late. I'm sure a lot of you are night owls. I am not. I am the early rising brethren. You guys are superior to me, apparently. My fellow night owls, grab a strong cup. I have a great news. Can we put it here? Okay. For a long time, our kind has been unfairly maligned. No, now we can't put it here. But some background story is being given. I have great news. Science is officially crowned as superior to early rising brethren. Why is after putting that sentence here, it doesn't make sense to go back and give all the stories. So the great news, it's the build-up is happening. So he's trying to build it up. So which is why option 1 is not a good place. Okay. For a long time, our kind has been unfairly maligned. Stereotype is lazy and undisciplined. Told we ought to be morning larks. Advised to go bell early so we wake up before 5 a.m. And run a marathon before breakfast, like all high flyers seems to. Now, however, we are having the last laugh. Now we are having the last laugh. This makes perfect sense to put it here. Science is officially crowned as superior to our early rising brethren. It may be a tad more complicated than that. Now he's saying clarification. A clarification is being made. Clarification to which statement? Not to this statement. We are having a laugh. Clarification to this statement. So officially called early rising brethren. So it makes a lot of sense to put it in 2 here. It is not making sense. It may be a time more complicated than that. A study published last week, which you may have already seen while scrolling at 1 a.m., suggests that staying up late could be good for brain power. Now, you can't place it here. Okay, this doesn't make sense now to place it here. Now the detail is happening. In this study, a thinly veiled PR exercise conducted by a caffeine pill company. Maybe it's actually, is it done by a caffeine pill company funded by somebody who wants people to stay awake and drink coffee? Nope. It's legit. It's actually legit. Now, can't place it here. Research led by academics, Imperial College studied data for more than 26,000 people and found that self-declared night owls generally tend to have higher cognitive scores. That it makes sense to place it in 4. And this particular one is where the questions that they did not make much effort. Okay, this Guardians of Swords is saying, look at this, exactly the same word. My fellow night owls, grab the stronger for a long time. Our kind of discipline. Science has officially crowned. Okay, maybe this word okay is missing. That's his next paragraph. Actually, it may be a tad complicated that study published last week. This kind of the question is saying that I think so long as you escape the option number one, I think escape option number one, we are safe. It's very likely. I don't think that we end up playing in three or four. That'll be very really bad. I think we just start to escape option number one. The clue would be here. It may be a tad more complicated than that. Should have given you some idea in terms of placing it there. There you have it. This is this is fine. This is fine. Option number two. So now let's look at question number 9, which is an odd sentence question. I don't think this particular odd sentence question is sort of that problematic, but I believe that one of the issues that probably would have happened in this is trying to figure out which are the probably sentences that are connected to whether one sentence doesn't belong to the paragraph. Obviously, it does belong to the topic. That's important to understand. All of these sentences are related to a topic. It's just that one of them doesn't belong to that particular paragraph. So that paragraph is going to have a particular idea that is being discussed, right? One paragraph has got one idea, so that's essentially called the unity of that particular paragraph. So there is one sentence that does not belong here. So let's read the 5 sentences and figure out which is the one sentence which is odd. No known real researchers of human behavior would say that gender is all nature or all nurture. It's basically saying that what is gender? It is biologically determined, or is it a social construct? It's saying there is no real researcher which is going to take this extreme position, all nature, all nurture. So probably they'll take a middle ground, is what sentence number 1 is saying. Sentence number 2 is saying the evidence for a biological basis for gender certainly doesn't mean we should be complacent in the face of sexism. Now he's saying that he's talking about the evidence for a biological basis. Now saying that there is evidence for a biological basis. So that sentence seems to suggest that gender has a biological basis. And now it goes on to say that we should not be complicit in the face of sexism. There is another issue which is about sexism. Okay. Many people are uncomfortable with the idea that gender is not a purely social construct. It's about many people, what people, the issue with respect to people, they are, this particular sentence say that they are not. They are uncomfortable with the idea that gender is not a purely social construct, despite this empirical truth. So I think this is a good sentence here because this need some sort of an antecedent. It needs support for some sentence. Researchers who study biological basis of gender often face political pushback. Again, getting to researchers, and here we can see the echo of the researcher. So it could be that these two sentences are connected together. So that is an empirical truth that no real researchers of human behavior would say that gender is all nature and nurture. Despite this empirical truth, researchers who study the biological gender often face political pushback. They face political pushback. Why do they face political pushback? And that I think that's kind of explained here. There is a political preference for gender to be only a reflection of social factor, as so entirely malleable, and saying that many people uncomfortable with the idea that gender is not purely social content. I think the 3 and 5 is essentially explaining why there is sort of a political pushback. So here, if you actually look at it, this particular sentence is kind of odd here, which is sentence number 2 is odd. The reason why sentence number 2 is odd because that is not aligned with the idea that is being mentioned here. Is basically saying that researchers get political pushback when they say that say the biological base for gender, and the political pushback happens because people cannot accept the fact that is not a purely social construct, that gender does have a biological construct. So which means there's a political preference for gender to be the only a reflection of social factors. So you could probably see the sentences being in this word 1435. So you can start by saying that there is one known real researchers of human behavior would say that gender is all nature or all nurture. Then goes on to 4. Despite this empirical truth, researchers study biological basis for gender face political pushback. Why? Because many people are uncomfortable with the idea that gender is not a pure social construct. There is a political preference for gender to be the only reflection of social factors and malleable. So answer to this question should be answer choice. Not answer choice. Number 2, it's a type in the answer question or the non-MCQ question. There's no negative marking. You have to type in the answer to be 2. Now, if I look at the source, this is taken by from quotes. And so obviously the question setter has edited this out to create sort of these paragraph. The original article says the nature was a nurture idea is a false dichotomy. It says Sheen, Stephen, the social psychology researchers. Then he said, I don't know any real researchers or human behavior would say it's all nurture or nature. So that's where uh, that sentence. So that the original article, it's been given as a quote, but I think that the questions that are converted that into a statement. Despite the empirical truth, researchers who study biological gender has often faced political pushback. There you go. That is there. And then he says many people are uncomfortable with the idea that gender is not purely a social construct. Says Todd, but that has been given as a sentence, statement. And there is a political preference, especially in the left, toward belief for a gender to only reflect the social factors and malleable. And I think that the odd sentence is from the same article. Sentence number two, which is odd, is sort of from the same article, but it is picked up from somewhere else in the particular passage, not in this particular paragraph. Okay, there you go. That's the answer to that question. Okay. So let's look at this reading comprehension passage. This particular passage has got find a three word. It is not a dense passage. It is taken from AL Global Online. This is a second. I think that we got one sentence fitment or a paragraph completion question taken from the same source. Okay, is and in this particular passage, it's kind of manageable. I believe that there is one question which you could go, I mean, this question doesn't make any sense at all. I don't know. You expect the cat, the one exam that they have to create in a year, to create questions where there is absolutely no ambiguity in terms of the question or the answer choices. There obviously can be traps that is set, but there has to be a clear answer to the question. So I see that one of these questions in this particular passage is like, it really doesn't make sense. But anyway, let's have a look at the passage and understand what I'm telling. Okay. Spices were a global commodity centuries before European voyages. There was a complex chain of relations, yet consumers had little knowledge of producers and vice versa. Now he's saying that it's talking about spices being a global commodity centuries before European voyages. So before the Europeans, I think the whole sort of colonialism and the Enlightenment, that stuff happened. Before that, spices was still a global commodity. And he's saying the global, and saying consumers had little knowledge about producers. People did not know who is producing, and the producers did not know who is consuming. Their desires for spices helped fuel European colonial empires to create political, military, commercial network under single power. So the first paragraph is talking about spices being commodity much before European voyages, and then it's also saying that this spices also is fueled the colonialism. People actually traveled to get spices. I mean, to get some pepper. And other part, other than that is another statement that is mentioned is that the knowledge, there is a huge knowledge gap, gap between producers and consumers in terms of in spices. Okay, historians know a fair amount about supply of spices in Europe during the medieval period, the origins, method of transportation, the prices, but less about demand. Why go to such extraordinary effort to procure expensive products from exotic lands? Still, demand was great enough to inspire the voyages of Cristobal Columbus and Vasco da Gama, launching the first fateful wave of European colonialism. Now he's talking about, they understand. Okay, now he's talking about, we understand the supply. So supply of it, where is origin, what is the transportation, what is the prices? Demand is a question mark. Why is there a demand for spices? And the demand for spices that actually fuel this colonialism. Why is there a demand? Why did people need spices? That's a question. And then that is kind of answered here in this particular paragraph. Why is there demand? Why did people need these spices? Why do they need spices? So why were spices so highly priced in Europe in the centuries about 1000 to 1500? That's a question. That why the demand, especially during 1000 and 1500, those years? Why is there a demand? One widely disseminated explanation for medieval demand for spices was that they covered the taste of spoiled meat. So one reason for a demand is uh, helped cover the taste of spoiled meat. Medieval purchasers consumed meat much fresher than what average city dweller in the developed world today has at hand. So once upon a time, they eat meat which is very fresh, so it gets spoiled, so it tastes bad. Put some spices, the problem is solved. However, refrigeration was not available, and some hot spices have been shown to serve antibacterial agent. Okay, now other is a sort of medicinal reason as well is being mentioned. Salting, smoking, or drying meat were other means of preservation. So they have this salting, smoking, drying meat, other means of preservation. Most spices used in cooking began as medical ingredient. There you go. There is a medicinal reason, and throughout the Middle Ages, spices were used as both medicines and condiments. Above all, medieval recipes involve the combination of medical and culinary lore in order to balance food's humoral properties and prevent disease. Most spices were hot and dry, and so appropriate in sauces to contrast the moist and wet properties supposedly possessed by most meat and fish. So it's two reasons that is given here. I think this is two reasons that the passage is saying. It's one is to take care of spoiled meat. It obviously uses condiment, which is for taste, um, uh, but more in terms of dealing with spoiled meat, and also it's got some medicinal property as they believe, because lore is kind of a story. Culinary lore is such a story. They believe that it has got medicinal property. Where spices came from was known in vague senses centuries. Now that is in terms of answering the question of demand. What's demand, and where did they come from? He's talking about the gap in terms of knowledge of producer. Consumers did not know much. I think where did the spices come from? Was known in vague sense. That is very vague. People did not really exactly know where it came from. Vague sense centuries before the voyages of Columbus. I think Columbus was 1492. Is that when he traveled? Christopher Columbus? Yeah. So it's about before that, in thousands. Just how vague may be judged looking at the medieval world maps. To medieval European imagination, the East was exotic and alluring. Medieval maps often place India close to the so-called earthly paradise, the Garden of Eden, described in Bible. So they got vague maps, so they don't know. I think that one of the things is that they don't know, stuff is very vague. Uh, because the way in which the maps were created back then, it was not clear. They place India as something very exotic. We have to go there. We have to get from there. Something amazing things are there in India. Geographical knowledge has a lot to do with the perception of spices, relatively scarcity and reasons of their high prices. Now, why is it scarce? Why is it price very high? And that's again this one talks about the fact that there is geographical knowledge. An example of the varying notion of scarcity in conflicting is the conflict information about how pepper is harvested. So now example is given. Look at our story of pepper. As far back to the 7th century, Europeans thought that pepper in India grew on trees guarded by serpents that would bite and poison anyone who attempted to gather the fruit. The only way to harvest pepper was to burn the trees, which would drive the snakes underground. Of course, this bit of lore would explain the shrivel black pepper. The black pepper. I think shrivel means one that is very dry. I think that's what you get in India, right? The one dried pepper, uh, but not white, pink, or other colors. Now he's saying the geography knowledge example is given for pepper. Um, so spices never had the enduring allure or power of gold and silver or the commercial potential of new products such as tobacco, indigo, or sugar. Now he's thinking, but did not have the allure, enduring allure, which means that this did not last for long. It's not like was not like gold. It did not have any commercial potential. Okay, that's what it said. But the taste of spices did continue for a while beyond the Middle Ages. So taste still continues. As late as the 17th century, the English and the Dutch were struggling for the control of the Spice Island. Dutch New Amsterdam or New York were exchanged by the British for one of the Moluccan islands when nutmeg was grown. So people still, so the state was still there. The allure once upon a time that was not there. So that's one of the passages or historical perspectives given in terms of spices. And the passage actually talks about a few things. They start by saying that the spices in fact fuel colonialism. but there's a gap in terms of understanding of the other consumer. And then the passage gets into, okay, we understand supply, but why is there so lot of demand? Two explanation is given: take care of spoiled meat, medicinal value. And again, you're talking about another issue back then is people not knowing where it actually came from. It was very vague. The maps were vague. They had sort of some stories, geographical stories, uh, and example is given about pepper. And but then the passage goes on to say that it was not the allure was not enduring. It did not have the commercial potential, but sort of people still like spices. We love spices. So that's the passage. Let's start with question number one. In the context of the passage, which of the following conclusion cannot be reached? Okay. Now he's saying that I think this was fine. But when you look at this, that nothing, this is absolutely alien. India was colonized for its spices and gold. So now, not mentioned. All that we know is fuel colonial European colonial base. But where did they actually go? Did they actually come to India? The passage is not saying. The passage is only reference to India is the so-called earthly paradise. India is an earthly paradise, a story about pepper in India, but nothing in the passage talks anything about India being colonized and the reason for this colonization of India. Answer this question is true. I think this is kind of a question which will be easy because absolutely alien. But I also think is inferred the spice trade was a driver colonial expansion, which is true, which you can find here. Colonialism was motivated by the demand of spices. That's again the same thing. Okay, that is also true. Tobacco was more marketable spices, which makes sense. He's saying that the commercial potential of new products such as tobacco never, and the spices did not have that. Obviously, tobacco was more marketable. Commercial potential obviously would be the marketable. This also is true based on the information that is given in the passage. As to this question, had to be answered choice number two. So no issues here with this particular question. Let's look at number two. If a trader brought white peppercorns from India to the medieval Europe, all of the following are unlikely to happen except a couple of issues. No, not issue in this question. The way in which the question is framed, unlikely except. You could, so three things are not true, and one thing is to be true. That's what that means. Three options are unlikely, one is true. Another good way to deal with it is just to match. Unlikely is sort of a negative statement, except as a negative statement. What is negative times negative? Negative times negative is positive, which means we are looking at answer choice which is aligned to the information that is given in the particular passage. Now, what the passage is talking about? The passage is talking about this, about why there is shriveled black peppercorns, because there's a story. All we know, there's a story about the fact that uh, the what people believe that it was guarded by serpents. It would bite and poison anyone who attempted to gather the food. Even a single person who went and picked the the, the pepper just like that, they're gonna die. So therefore, they had to burn it, which is why it is black. Now we actually find that there is white. Also, he did not die. I mean, this person did not die. So the story would be a problem. So what would happen if the story is what? What is the passage? The story is what? If you go near the tree to get the pepper as it is, you're going to die. So therefore, you have to burn the tree. That's why it's black. That's a story. Now, if somebody brought in white peppercorns, the natural thing is, oh, he didn't die. He didn't die. The story would be wrong. So therefore, the most sensible answer to this question would be this: Europeans would doubt the story of purple happening. Everything else doesn't make sense. Just so, for example, if you look at answer choice number two, the price of spice would decrease. Why would the price would decrease? I mean, just because for one story, it can still be scarce. Pepper would no longer be considered exotic just because one story doesn't make sense. This is sort of too broad. Again, this is also very broad inference being drawn here. Medieval maps would be used for navigation. Why would medieval maps be used now? So that's kind of medieval map itself is big. Again, these just doesn't make any sense. Even though sort of this, you probably have to think a bit for this particular question. I will probably think of this question as a question which would be of medium level of difficulty, but it's manageable. Okay. Now the problem is with this question. So when I looked at this question, I went, really? I mean, I had the question twice, And I was questioning myself, did I read this passage properly? Because the question is saying it can be inferred that all of the following contributed to a decline in allure spice except all of the following contributed decline in allure. We know that, okay, spices never had the enduring allure. That's all we know. Why the spices did not have the enduring allure is something that the passage has not explored. Now the question is saying that somehow we can infer the reason from this particular passage. I mean, I think we're saying contributed, but the question is not saying may have contributed. No, no, it contributed. The question is not saying all of the following could be a possible explanation for the decline. No, no. The question is asking as though based on this information from the particular passage we can get this. I mean, the only way to deal with it, okay, we know that probably why. The two reasons is one, because we are using spoiled meat because they did not have any refrigeration. Number two is medicinal value. Okay, if let's say the allure declined, maybe they no longer had medicinal value. They no longer needed for spoiled meat. You could probably think about saying, okay, the change in system of medicine treatment, development refrigeration technique. You could probably say this could be reasons. This question is accept. This is probably a reason. This could probably be a reason. I mean, and saying other one is allure. Then is saying changes in European cuisine. Now people started eating something else, but that doesn't make sense because the taste of spices did continue for a while. The change, but if the European cuisine had changed, obviously then they no longer need the spices. So logically, this seems to be a logical possibility. Increase of availability of spices, more number of spices available. Therefore, people didn't like it. I don't think the passages mention it was exotic. It was exotic. It was alluring. Geographic knowledge has to do with the perception of spices, relative scarcity, and reason for high prices. Perception of spices, relative scarcity, and the reason for their high prices. This is talking about why its price very high. This increased availability of spices would have reduced the price of it, but it may not have reduced the allure for spices. People would have still loved spices. So, for example, one way to logically think about this is saying that if I like something, I need more of it, right? So I'm getting more of it. So why won't I like it? I mean, if there's a decline in allure of spices, the number of spices would also decline. So, for example, there is a decline. We don't like, uh, let's say, posting on Facebook. There's a decline in allure of Facebook. That naturally believes that there'll be decrease in the number of posts. No? Why would there be increase in availability? So, from a very logical point of view, I could say, and Mark, the two doesn't make any sense. But this question doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make sense. The question is suggesting that it can be inferred from the passage. Inferred means what? It can be inferred. Inferred means something that is true based on information that is given in the passage. All the following contributed to a decline, saying that this contributed. As though this passage is talking about it, the passage doesn't say about what contributed. Now we'll have to, the only way to do is look at it very logically. I'm saying that there is a decline in allure spices. Okay. If there's a decline in allure spices, people don't like spices, why would there be more availability of spices? It doesn't make any sense. This is logically contradictory. Therefore, two is the answer. That's probably how I'll get here. But this is a bad question, and I'm 100% certain this would have been hard. I think that I am should give marks for this because you are saying that the passage below is accompanied by the four questions based on the passage. I want to call the person who said the question paper. Say, come here, come here. You read your instruction. Come, read your bloody instruction based on the passage. Now he'll come and say, no, wait a minute. I have asked you to find the best answer. What do you mean the best answer? What is the best? It, where in the passage? All we know in this particular passage, spices never had enduring allure. That's all we know. Or a commercial purpose. That's all we know. Why is not even explored? And you are asking the question as though we know what contributed. Oh, well, I mean, one could make sense that However, refrigeration was not available back then. Okay, refrigeration became available means that probably they do not need spices for the reason. It also had both medicines. Now changes in medical treatment. Okay, made logical. I don't know. This seems changed European cuisine. They started liking something else completely. Okay, they use as condiments. Now they now what changes in European cuisine, God only knows. I don't know. There's three is way, but then two just doesn't make any sense. Because if something has contributed decline, why would there be an increase in availability? Like, like bad questions. Why is, I mean, you have to create one paper in the entire year. One, three. Okay, so what? Three papers. I think if I look at any of these institute which prepares you for CAT, including us, create some 30, 35, 40 papers. And I'm sure that we make mistakes once in a while, but no, you have to create one. Why? This is really bad question, I think. Bad. This is absolutely bad. Question setting, this is not how questions should be set, but there you have it. Okay. Okay. Now, as someone who is as a test taker, we obviously have a choice. The choice is what do we deal with this? Should we mark answer to these questions? That's a choice that we have. Okay. Let's look at number 4. In the context of the passage, the people who heard the story of pepper trees. Again, why? I think look at this question. There are so many things that is being mentioned in the particular passage, right? There are a lot of ideas that is mentioned in the particular passage. This is given as an example. There are 2 questions based on that example. That's a complete waste. And there is one question that is being created which has nothing to do with this particular passage. Uh, and other question is like one, all of the following conclusion can be reached. I mean, there's a couple of conclusions based on this particular part, one conclusion based on I mean, this particular the questions that are completely neglected ideas that one could pick up from here. There are a lot of great questions one could have said. This, I mean, who had created this question? Who had created sort of this RC? They, I think the first time I think that they have created RC questions. I think there are so many ideas to be created. Why 2 questions on paper? Why? That one example. There are a lot of stuff you can actually do. For example, saying that for example, a simple question would have been there. The 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 pepper, the harvest pepper were burned to tree, the burning of harvest. The harvest, the example of harvest after harvesting pepper is mentioned for which of the following reasons? That would be a better question to ask. What about the question about maps? Put one question about maps. What about this passage, this particular paragraph? I don't like this. In the context of the passage, the people who heard the story of pepper trees guarded by the sea would be least likely to arrive at the conclusion that. What is the conclusion that will not arrive at? Okay. What is this question? This is why pepper is so hot. All we know is about scarcity and high price. Right? So this is costly. That makes sense. The scarcity makes sense. That is scarcity. That is high price. And the fact that it's not advisable to go to India to harvest pepper themselves makes sense. Something that would bite and poison anyone who attempt to. That also makes sense. This also makes sense. What doesn't make sense here is why is pepper so hot? So that's not the story. It's not that hot. It's nothing about pepper being hot is mentioned anywhere in this particular passage. Answer to this question. Answer choice number 1. Okay. This is least likely. Okay. That's important to understand. So I think that in this particular passage, I would say, I mean, it's okay. They said the question, but I think it's a little bit of disappointment in terms of how the question was said. Not a good, I would say, not a good question setting, my opinion. But why do anyone care about my opinion? I just said my opinion. Nah. Somebody has to give feedback to them. No, somebody has to. I think we'd love to get how was RC question here in this particular passage. I think I want to talk to that person who created the question and said, nah, this is that. This is some. Yeah. Anyways, let's carry on. Paragraph summary of which is question number 14. So let's look at paragraph summary, and this one says this one is 93 word. 12. There's a short one. 12.9 is grade level. I could not find the exact source. This is, yeah, there you go. Okay. Recent important scientific findings have emerged for crossing the border of scientific the fields. Okay, you're saying that there is some scientific findings have emerged crossing the boundaries of scientific fields. So scientific fields are getting together. People are now sitting and working together, and they're crossing, and some amazing things are happening. They stem from physicists collaborating with biologists, sociologists, and others. So you got physicists, you're collaborating with sociologists and others. A lot of collaboration they're doing. Okay, great. But to answer the question about the world, but physicists and their potential collaborators often find their cultures out of sync. There could be some issues between them. For one, physicists often discard a lot of information while extracting broad patterns. For other scientists, information is not readily disposed. For the many non-physicists are uncomfortable with mathematical model. Still, the desire to work on something new and different is real, and there are clear benefits with the collision of views. He's saying that even though they have got issues with working together, if they work together, it's great because there are a lot of scientific findings. One of the, I think that if you look at all the answer choices, something sort of might make sense. But one of the important things that you find here is that there is this sort of only one actually talks about research findings. Recent important research findings have emerged, right? Despite differences in the research style, which is a true statement. Physicists research collaborators with scholars from other disciplines have even yielded important research finding. This is what the passage is talking about. Now, others, look at other answer choices. Desire to diversify the research and answer important question has led to several collaborations between physicists and others. There's several. I think that several collaborations. The desire to diversify. Now he's giving a reason as to why the collaboration happened. I want to collaborate because I want to diversify. No, that reason is not mentioned in the particular passage. Large data sets and mathematical model physics research combined with the research method of non-physics collaborate have been that. Why are you talking about this specifically? This is talking about what is the uncomfortability that they have. This mathematical model. Physicists have successfully buried the difference. They are buried. There is no difference at all. This is bad. And this was kind of easy, and I'm sure that you could have navigated this particular passage really well. That's what my hope is. Now let's look at this passage. This passage is taken from Nature. It's a great site. It has got a lot of science articles. There's an old one. It's a 2019 articles. Okay. 491 words, a reasonably dense passage. Okay. It's talk about time to lift the wheel on peer review. Passage talks about peer review. Okay. Let's see what the passage has to say. The job of peer reviewer is thankless. Collectively, academics spend around 17 million hours every year evaluating each other's manuscript on the behalf of scholarly journals. And they usually receive no monetary compensation and little, if any, recognition for their efforts. Okay, there you go. It first talks about the fact that it's thankless, and that is explained here. No money, no recognition, still they have to do it. Some do it as a way to keep abreast with development on their field. There are now the reasons as to why they do it, abreast with development in their field. Some simply sees it as a duty to the discipline. Either way, academic publishing would likely crumble without them. Now, saying this needed is talking about peer review, fact that is thankless, but is absolutely needed. And there are two reasons that is given as to why they still do it and stuff. Okay. In recent years, some scientists have begun posting their reviews online, mainly to claim credit for their work. Some scientists are posting the reviews online. Okay. I need some people have to see I put some work. I'm going to post review online. Sites like Publons allow researchers to either share entire referee reports or simply list the journals for whom they have carried out a review. Now, people are going, I want to post it online, so I'll go and post it online. People are not posting it online. The rise of publications suggests that academics are increasingly placing value on the work of peer review and asking others, such as grant funders, to do the same. While that's a vital in publish or perish culture of academia, there is also immense value in data underlying peer review. Sharing peer review data could help journals stamp out fraud, inefficiency, and systemic bias in I think there are some now author is saying that there is some positive. So you can cut down fraud, cut down inefficiency, and cut down biases. Posting them online is great. It's a good thing. Sharing peer review data. Let's say it's talking about the peer review data has got some positives. There you go. Good. Peer review data would also help out reduce bias. Now we are focusing on bias. How can I can root out this peer review data can root out bias. Last year's study based on peer review data for nearly 24,000 submissions to the biomedical journal eLife found that women and non-Westerners are vastly underrepresented among peer reviewers. Only around 1 in every 5 reviewers are female, was female, and less than 2% reviewers based in developing countries. Openly publishing peer review data could perhaps also help journals address another problem in academic publishing, fraudulent peer reviews. So now he's talking about biases. You're talking about fraudulent peer reviews. For instance, minority authors have been known to use phony email addresses to pose as an outside expert and review their own manuscript. I have created something. I create another email address and I only review my stuff. Amazing. Fraud. I think the positive is explained here. Okay, this positive explained here. Openness. Now we have got some people who don't like it. We have got some people are saying that we don't like this. Opponents of peer review community argue that confidentiality is vital to the integrity of review process. The issue of confidentiality. Okay, referees may be less critical of manuscript if the reports are published. They will be less critical. My name is going to come online. I need like, share, subscribe. So I'm going to be less critical, especially if they're revealing the identities by signing them. Some also hold concern that open reviewing may deter referees from agreeing to judge manuscript in the first place. That people will not do it. They will not do it. Or they take longer to do so with the fear of scrutiny. They take longer. So a lot of negatives is now mentioned here. Some people don't like it. Issues with respect to confidentiality, the people will be less critical. Some people will refrain from doing it. Some people will take a longer period of time. They fear scrutiny. The people will come and say things to them. So all these issues are there. Even when the content of reviews and identity of reviewers can't be shared publicly. The content of reviews, we can't share the content of reviews or the identity of reviewers. Perhaps journals could share the data with outside researchers study. Now author is saying that okay, they could share data to outside researchers. Or they could release other figures that wouldn't compromise anonymity of reviews, but that might answer an important question about how long the reviewing process takes and how many researchers, editors have to reach out to an average to find out who carry out the work and the geographic distribution of peer review. I think author is still saying that we can deal with this confidential issue, but we don't have to share those names. But there are other data that can be shared and that will be helpful. We're saying that how long this process takes, what kind of peer reviews are there, what is their sort of demographics of peer reviewer, how long will it take, how many people they have to reach out before somebody will review their work, and so on and so forth. Of course, opening up data underlying the review process will not fix peer review entirely, and there may be instances in which there are valid reasons to keep the content of peer review hidden and the identity of referee is confidential. Author is now clarifying. There is it's not going to completely solve the problem. There are reasons where people this have to be kept in this one. Then he says, but the norm should shift from opacity in all cases to opacity only when necessary. Now, author is now saying that we cannot have opacity in all cases. This is the author's view. Don't have opacity only when necessary. Hide information only when necessary. Otherwise, make it open. So this is what the passage is saying. Let's look at each of these questions, starting with question number 1. According to the passage, some are opposed to making the peer reviews public for all of the following reasons, except. So we are looking at here, right? So there are 3 reasons that is mentioned. Make reviewers reluctant to review manuscript, which is mentioned here. Is saying that it may deter referees from agreeing to judge manuscript, especially if they are critical to submitting work. Okay, this makes sense. This is something that is true. Delays the manuscript evaluation process. Reviewers would take longer to write their names. They'll take longer to do so. This is also true. Deters reviewers from producing honest, if critical reviews. That's also mentioned. Is saying they refer maybe less critical of manuscripts. This is also true. So what is not true, leaves the reviewers unexposed to unwarranted and unjustified criticism. We were unexposed to unwarranted. What do you mean unexposed? Not exposed. They will be exposed to whether its criticism is unwarranted or unjustified. All these are not mentioned in the particular passage. Answer this question has been answered. Choice number 3. This is fine. This is good. Our question number 2. Based on the passage, we can infer the author would most probably support. Author is here. This is where I could see author. I could also see author somewhere here. Author is kind of positive in terms of sharing this peer review data. Author is saying that should shift from opacity in all cases, opacity only when necessary. I think so. Greater transparency across the peer review process, academic publishing is what the author is actually saying. Opacity is lack of transparency. As the author is clearly saying that the norm should shift from opacity, which means there should be more transparency. The two make sense. This is what the author's opinion is. Publicizing peer reviews data rather than publication of actual reviews. Uh, Publication of actual. This is something that author has not given their opinion here. Uh, Publicizing peer review author is basically even the content of reviews and the identifier can't be shared publicly. Perhaps journal could share the data with outside researchers for study. Author is basically saying that we could share it for study. This is not something that the is not clear with author will support. Preserving the anonymous reviews that protect them from criticism. Author is to protect them from criticism. Poor people. We should protect them. Otherwise, people is going to give gali to them. No, author has not said it. More careful screening to ensure recruitment of content familiar peer reviewers. But alien. Okay. So one that is true is answer choice number 2. Okay. Let's look at question number 3. Question number 3 says all of the following are listed as reason academic choose to review other scholars except. There you go. This one. Now, some do it keep abreast with the development of the field. Some say it's simply duty, and things like that. That's what is mentioned. It's let's look at this. It says that it's seen as a form of service to the academic community. That makes sense, right? Uh, this is true. Is a duty. Some opportunity publicize to help them keep current with the cutting ideas in the academic discipline, abreast with the development. These two actually is something that is mentioned, and then we end up getting stuck. Right? That's very likely going to happen. Now, I believe this is sort of where this is where probably can get sort of confused. Okay, you're saying that uh, some use this as an opportunity to publicize their own review work. You're saying that some researchers began posting their reviews online. So that is actually not a part of the original thing. But what is definitely not a reason is this: it is seen as an opportunity that they expand their influence in the academic community. There is no opportunity for this. First of all, there is no monetary compensation. There is little recognition for their effort. If there is little recognition, how can I say that expanding their influence? So answer this question has to be answer choice number 1. Okay, makes sense. Okay, let's look at this one. According to the passage, which of the following is the only reason not given in favor of making peer review data public? Is this one. Okay, why should peer reviewed data be given public? So the reason that is not given, which means something that is not true. The 3 things are true, 1 thing is not true. Okay, you could address various inefficiency, which is actually mentioned here, which is saying that there are 3-4 reasons which is mentioned, uh, which is saying that one is inefficiencies create address stamp out fraud, stamp out bias. Those are the 3 things that is mentioned. It could highlight the gender race bias currently existing, so there is biases, that is true. uh, it will deal with peer review fraud, that is mentioned. It's talking about inefficiencies, that is mentioned. What is not mentioned is 3. Okay, it can tackle the problem of selecting appropriately qualified review academic writers. So this is fine. I mean, in this particular passage, what is likely going to happen is that you probably will have to go back to refer to certain part of the particular passage, which is fine. So this says it. That's it. There you go. Okay. Let's look at this particular passage taken from the New York Times magazine. Two, the brilliant inventor who made two of history's biggest mistake. Okay, this is very dense. 501 words. Let's see what the passage is telling us. Okay, the history of any major technological or industrial advance is inevitably shadowed by a less predictable history of unintended consequence and secondary effects, what economists call externalities. Sometimes those consequences are innocuous ones or even beneficial. Gutenberg invents the printing press and literacy rates rise, which causes significant part of the reading public to require spectacles for the first time, which creates a surge of investment in the lens making across Europe, which leads to invention of telescope and microscope. There you go. So one printing press created all this. So it's talking about when you have major tech or industrial advance, it is going to have less predictable, something that we can predict, which is secondary effects, which is externalities. This is not predictable. Sometimes it is positive. An example is given, which is Gutenberg's birth. Oftentimes, the secondary effect seems to belong to entirely different sphere of society. When Willis Carrier hit upon the idea of air conditioning, the technology was primarily intended for industrial use, ensuring cool, dry air for factories that require low humidity environments. But it touched off one of the largest migration in the history of the United States, enabling the rise of metropolitan areas like Phoenix and Las Vegas that barely existed when Carrier first started tinkering with the idea in the late 1900s. Now this secondary effect, let's talk about these secondary effects, happen on a very different sphere. The air conditioning example, air conditioning started migration. The people could move to a place like a desert. I think Las Vegas is a desert. Create stuff, put air conditioning, chillax. Okay, good. Sometimes unintended consequence comes out when the consumers use intention in a surprising way. Another way. So another different purpose. Sometimes it is consumers use in different way. Edison famously thought his phonograph, which is sometimes called the talking machine, would primarily be used to take dictation. But then later innovators discovered a much larger audience willing to pay for musical recordings made on descendants of Edison's original invention. In other cases, original invention comes into the world disguised as a plaything. The way animatronics dolls of the mid 1700s inspired Jaguar to invent first programmable loom and Charlie Babbage to invent the first machine that fit the modern definition of a computer, setting the stage for revolution in programmable technology that would transform the 21st century countless ways. Now he's saying that this some example is given. Okay, when you see this example, you don't have to remember this example. You just know where the example is. So if there is, if the question forces us to come back to refer to those things, we could come back and refer. That's it. Okay, this makes sense. So far, so good. I think that is where people use it for a different reason. It may be invented for a playful thing, but then something serious happened out of it. So there is this passage explaining various secondary effects. We live under the gathering storm of modern history's most momentous unintended consequences. Now we're getting into a new one, current, now. Carbon-based climate change. Oh, there you go. We are now unintended consequence, which is climate change. Imagine the vast sweeps of inventors whose ideas started the industrial revolution. All the entrepreneurs and the scientists and hobbyists who had a hard hand in bringing it about. Line up 1,000 of them and I asked them all what they had been hoping to do with their work. Not one would say that their intent has been deposit enough carbon in the atmosphere to create a greenhouse effect that trapped heat in the surface of the planet. And yet here we are. He's saying that when the industrial revolution happened, which is back in the 19th century, when did industrial revolution happen? 1600, 1700? After enlightenment, no? 18? I don't know. During that time, when the industrial revolution happened, those people would have never thought, they never intended to create climate change. But That's where we are. This is talking about a negative stuff. No, now we're getting into a negative one. Ethyl, leaded fuel, and freon belong to the same general class of secondary effect. Innovations whose unintended consequence stem from some kind of waste byproduct that they emit. But the potential health threats of ethyl unleaded fuel was visible in the 1920s, unlike, say, the long-term effects of atmospheric carbon buildup in the early days of industry. Now he's saying that there is something which is ethyl fuel. People could see the effect back then, but they could not see the climate change. Indeed, it is reasonable to see CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, as a forerunner of the kind of threat we will most likely face in the coming decades. And it becomes increasingly possible for individuals or small group to create a new scientific advances through chemistry or biotechnology and material science, setting up unintended consequences that will reverberate on a global scale. Now, his author is sort of giving us a warning. Author is saying that, look, that's the tone where the author is going. A lot of positive authors said, but then we created a problem, which is climate change. Let's look at question number one. The following best conveys the main point of the first paragraph. What is the first paragraph essentially talking about? There is an unpredictable or less predictable secondary effects. Okay. It is important to judge an invention. The author is not talking about how we should judge an invention. The passage is not about how we should judge these things. Author is merely saying that we don't know certain things. We don't know that there is a less predictable history of unintended consequences. It's not about judging. The entire impact of technology advance should be evaluated. Again, should be evaluated. How should they be evaluated? It's a very opinionated one. Should be evaluated. So sort of very extreme word. By the boost in secondary effect gives, doesn't make sense. The secondary effect of most major technology in the past, especially that turn out to have been beneficial. First of all, most, that's an extreme word. Most have been beneficial. Some have been beneficial sometimes, and most is too much. And we can say Mark 4. The full impact of technological advances cannot be estimated in the short run, as a ripple effect often extend far beyond the original intent. Very good. That's all. That's all. That's it. Answer choice 4. Question number 2. We can assume that the author would support all of the following view, except when you say author will support, it still has to be true based on the passage. But what we know about the author, we know about the author based on what is given in the passage. Nah. The author is the passage. Author would support means passage would support. How does passage would support? Based on the information that I understood the passage. So essentially about 3 things that can be treated as true based on the passage, one that cannot be treated as true. That's what we call a pick up from the particular passage. That's it. Okay, let's look at this one. It has become far easier to people today to bring out innovations with dire worldwide consequences than it was earlier. Okay. He's saying that setting now we live in gathering storm of modern moment, which is climate change. These are dire consequences, setting off unintended consequences that reverberate on a global scale. It is going to go global. So this is okay. I think that author will agree. Why will the author disagree with this? It's okay. While technological advances in the past have been innocuous or beneficial, more recent advances have the potential to be more threatening globally. Now, when you look at sort of this sort of question, you feel like, okay, but say technology advances in the past had beneficial outcome. Now, this is saying that some of them had beneficial outcome. Technology in the past, the second problem is that, see, the climate change has been brought about by the technological outcome of industrial revolution. That's a past. Those ideas started the industrial revolution started in the past. So the consequences is today. So it is a negative consequence of a technological advancement that happened over a period of time. So this doesn't make sense. So this one is also saying that technology advances had beneficial outcomes in the past. Had beneficial outcomes. It's saying sometimes. The byproducts of leaded fuel, rather than the fuel itself, were responsible for the buildup of carbon-related gas. That's what he's saying. No, he's saying which is fine. Consequences stem from some kind of waste byproduct they emit. It's not the problem came from the byproduct, not the original fuel. This makes sense. This is true. The emissions caused by large-scale use of leaded fuel ought to have been addressed earlier than they were. Okay. Now, they're saying that, but the potential threat of ethyl were visible in the 1920s. It was visible in 1920. So author will likely going to say this. So here, this particular question is a problematic question, um, because you are this is a question you might sort of face a little bit of issue, right? But we can say that this is the one that doesn't make sense, right? So doesn't make sense. The reason why this doesn't make sense is because by technology advance in the past have had innocuous beneficial outcomes. That's why in that past everything was good. But the fact of the matter is, this industrial revolution happened in the past, and in one way, the problem that we see today actually started with some of the things that happened in the past, the unintended consequence that is happening today. The consequence is modern. The root cause is in the past. The answer to this question is two. Let's look at three. The author lists all of the following as an example of externalities of major technical. What is externality? Externality is outcome, no? Outcome, which is secondary stuff. Extension of phonograph to a large scale recording music, yes, the music was outcome. Building of chlorofluorocarbons, yes, that's an outcome. Uh, Application of Jaguar the Loom to modern IT programming, that's an outcome. Cooling and demodeling for factories to air condition, that is not the second effect, that's a main intent. This was the original tech. The outcome was people migrating. Migration was outcome. The externality was the migration. This is not the externality. So this is sort of the question where the question setter is kind of becoming evil, and then you will mark this. Okay, this mention, this mention, this mention, this mention. But the question is asking examples of externalities, which means the secondary effect. Please understand here, the cooling and the cooling air factories and stuff. That is a primary intent. Okay, advanced. The effect is migration. The externality would be the migration. That answer to this question should be answer choice number 4. Let's look at the next one. Carrier, Babbage, and Edison are mentioned in the passage listed the author's point. Why are they mentioned? Is they are mentioned in the thing is talking about less predictable history of unintended consequences. No. So those are the examples. No. The unintended consequences come about consumers in invention unsurprising way. That is Edison. Then you have saying that. Then you have the Babbage is talking about something that is used as a playful thing, then move to something else. Okay. And setting the stage for revolution of programming technology in 21 way. And then we have one more person, which is Carrier. Carrier is talking about this one. No, Bill's Carrier. That's another example of it hitting the different sphere of society. All these are talking about unintended consequences. These inventors could not have visualized the eventual impact of the invention of society. This makes sense. The secondary effect of past invention mostly result in creation of new invention. This is not true. Obviously, the Carrier did not create a new invention; they actually created migration. So this is not true. Invention typically end up being used for entirely different purposes than the intended ones. Typically end up using. So this is something that is very appealing answer choice. Invention typically end up used for entirely different purposes. Okay, invention used for entirely different purpose actually mentioned in the case of Edison and Babbage. Here they are used for the purpose, but the consequence, the migration is not a purpose. Nah. It is not using that air conditioning. The air conditioning was used for the same purpose, which is to cool things down. But what happened is migration. So this is not true for Carrier. Despite original intention, the unintended consequences of the invention were largely beneficial. Now, whether the migration was beneficial or not, we don't know. I think all of this can be handled if you take care of this Carrier. Know that it is, but this is talking about sort of consumers using it in a different way. This is a different sphere of society. We see that the only thing that kind of matches everything is one: these inventors could not have visualized the eventual impact of their invention society. So that's it. Paragraph summary. With 147 words, 6.2 is a grade. I think this is sort of short sentences here. I could not find the source of it. I could find actually a lot of places where this comment was put. Okay. John Cleese told Fox News Digital that comedians do not have the freedom to be funny in 2022. We do not have the freedom to be funny. There's always been limitations on what they're allowed to say. Please said. I think it's particularly worrying at the moment because you can only create atmosphere of freedom when you're not checking everything you say critically before you move on. He's saying that comedians, you only have freedom. Freedom can only happen when you don't check. No, not to check what you're saying, but that is not there. It's what is being said. Okay, what you have to do is to able to build without knowing where you're going, because you have never been there before. You should keep on going. Okay? That's how creative. That's what creative is. You have to be allowed to build without knowing. So you should not have the fear of others' criticism, the fear of others' scrutiny. That's when comedians' creativity happens. And a lot of comedians now are sitting there when they are thinking of something, and they say like, "Can I get away with it?" Now people are worried. Somebody is worried about, will I be scrutinized? Will I be cancelled? I don't think so. So and so got into trouble, and he said that. Oh, she said that. You know what I mean? And that's a death of creativity. That's what is being said. So the entire passage is talking about the fact that we need to have the freedom. Or the communities should have the freedom to not worry about the consequences of an act. That's what is being said. Okay. Comedians are being prevented from saying what they want, and the death of this art form, that's too extreme. It's death of creativity, not the death of art form itself. Okay, that's too much. All right. Comedians must not check what they think and say. They must go where no one has gone. This is fine. This is a detail, but I think it's it's about. I think the key thing is about freedom. The key thing about creativity. The freedom and creativity are essential for comedy. Fear about offending people hinders originality. That makes sense. There's only one that is fears about offending people, even though offending as a word is not mentioned, but that's what is being mentioned. No, checking. So can I get away with it? I don't think so. So and so got into trouble. You know what I mean? Okay. So this third one is a good one. Actually, you can eliminate one. I mean, this is too much of a detail. Creative and critical thinking cannot work together. What do you mean? Huh? Comedian must first be creative. Then later, they have to be. This doesn't make sense. So here, the best way is elimination. Elimination will get you to answer choice number three. Okay. Odd sentence question. Here, I think this is okay. Okay, the UK is a world leader in developing cultivated meat. An approval of cultivated pet food is an important milestone. You're talking about cultivated pet food. Okay, we have created pet food, cultivated. Hmm. If we are to realize the full potential benefit of cultivated meat, the government must invest in research and infrastructure. So now he's telling you what the government should do. Okay. The first application of cultivated meat produced for human remain under the assessment of the Standards Agency. So we have got cultivated pet food is done. So for meat, it's still there. Okay. The previous UK government has been looking at fast track and approval of cultivated meat for human consumption. This is talking about what the previous UK government had done. It underscores strengthen the potential for a new innovation to help reduce a negative impact of intensive animal agriculture. It underscore. I think this is sort of a good sentence here. I think that we are talking about cultivated meat. Approval of the cultivated meat is an important milestone. The fact that it's an important milestone, why? Because it underscores the potential new information. I think one in five is a block here. Now, so the whole discussion in this particular passage, if you read all the sentences together, what is the unity that you find? The unity or the main theme or idea that is find is cultivated meat. Now there is a pet food. Now it's going to be used for humans. Okay, that's what. Okay. Now he's saying that for so here when you start looking at these two, no. So when you look at the other sentences, why are we having a discussion about this previous UK government? Are we looking to fast tracking the approval? This is like fast tracking approval. Actually, these two make sense, right? It underscored the of intensive in underscore the potential for new innovation to help reduce negative impact. The first application of cultivated meat produced human remain under assessment with the Food Standard Security. There's the first UK application. Talk about the first UK application. Remain under assessment. If we were to realize full potential benefit, cultivated meat, government must invest. I think three to make sense. Why are they having a discussion about what the previous government did? It's kind of strange. The previous UK government has been looking to fast track approval rating. That's what previous government did. Now, this is talking about what is happening now. Right. approval, and approval of is a milestone. That's what happened. This is what is happening now. This is now. This is what is happening now. And this is what needs to be done in the future. Why are we talking about what happened with the previous government? Answer to this question before. Right? And this is a source. So actually we're saying that this is where the odd sentence is. The previous UK government had been looking at fast tracking the approval of cultivated meat for human consumption. It's talking Brexit, and stuff. And this is where our paragraph starts. The UK is a world developing country, underscore the potential minus the first UK application for imperial food cultivated meat. There you go. Okay. The reason why you would kind of find this odd sentence is just before that's a question. No, the question is taken related to a topic. It's the same topic. So, but the key thing is this discussion about what previous UK government is doing, that should be giveaway in terms of saying that we are discussing about what's happening now and what should happen in the future. So that's the unity, right? And that's why you know that answer to this question will be answer choice number 4. Okay, that's it. That ends the discussion of all these questions. I hope this was beneficial to you. Yeah. And wish you the best.
Hello everyone. Welcome to CAT 2024 slot 3. My name is Abhilasha and we'll start with the analysis and the discussion of the paper. So let us take a look. The interesting thing about slot 3 was that because the questions were jumbled, all of us got a different set and it was very, very interesting. I started with a set of verbal ability questions, which of course is something that I really like, and therefore I found the paper to be very exciting. In the first few minutes I was able to do quite a bit of the questions. So yes, that was something that really was a game changer this time, I think, for a lot of us, because as we say, a lot of times we want to start with verbal ability and then come to reading comprehension, because verbal ability can give us a bank of scores. So that's what I did, and I hope that's what a lot of other people also did who were writing slot 3. Anyway, let's get started. Here's question number 1. Very interesting question. So this one was about lyric poetry. So let's read and let's understand, and we'll try and go to the options and see what is the correct answer. So the question did say that 4 alternate summaries were given after this passage, and you had to find the one that best captures the essence of the passage. So let's read and understand the passage. It says, lyric poetry is a genre of private meditation rather than public commitment. So the author talks about something called lyric poetry. Okay, and he says that it is more about private meditation, okay, private thought, than about public thought. Okay, so it's less about public issues and more about privacy, private thought, private meditation. The impulse in Marxism towards changing a society deemed acceptable in its basic design would seem to place demands on lyric poetry that such poetry, with its tendency towards the personal, small scale, and idiosyncratic, could never answer. So when we started with lyric poetry and we said it's very private, then we came to the second thought and we said, here is Marxism. Now, Marxism is, the impulse in Marxism is towards changing society, right? So now this is a very public thought process. Here was lyric poetry, which was very private, and here is Marxism, which is trying to change society. So their basic idea is all about public commitment, all about changing, all about public good. Now, if Marxism happens, then Marxism is going to place demands or may ask of lyric poetry things that lyric poetry would not be able to answer. So essentially what we are saying is what is Marxism and what is lyric poetry are absolutely different. There's nothing really common between the two. Okay, so we say, let me write that, nothing common. Okay, then he says, then the author says here, there is within Marxism, however, now we know that whenever the author gives you a but yet or a however, there's going to be some change in thought. right? So here is something very interesting. He says within Marxism there is a strand of thought. So within Marxism we have one thought that would locate in lyric poetry. So that will find in lyric poetry what? Alternative modes of perception and description that call forth a vision of world at odds with the repressive reality, or that draw attention to the workings of the ideology within the hegemonic culture. Now, so here is something that is similar. So in Marxism, there is a stream of thought, which says that lyric poetry is very interesting because it allows you to see another perspective. Okay, it is allowing you what? Alternative modes of perception and description. So lyric poetry allows you some alternate viewpoints. Okay, let me write that. And he says the poetic imagination may indeed deflect larger social concerns. So lyric poetry may not talk about the larger social concerns, but it may also be implicitly critical and utopian. So he says, so one, that Marxism does have one stream of thought which appreciates lyric poetry, excuse me. And then he says this lyric poetry may not talk about larger social concerns, but it may be critical and okay, so it may be critical about society and it may be utopian. So it may have dreams of, making a better world and so on and so forth. Now, if you look at our options, option number 1 says Marxism makes unreasonable demands on lyric poetry. But if you look at the passage did not say anywhere that Marxism was making unreasonable demands. This idea did not come into play at all. Okay. And then he goes on to say, however, lyric poetry has its own merits that are largely ignored by Marxism. Again, were things being largely ignored by Marxism due to its personal nature? Now, the problem is whose personal nature? Is it Marxism's personal nature? But Marxism, we have said, is very social. It is not personal at all. So, therefore, one cannot be the right answer. We'll eliminate it. If we look at option number 2, it says the focus of lyric poetry as personal may not seem compatible. So, they're different, right? Marxism and lyric poetry. And then he says, however, it is possible to envisage lyric poetry as a symbol of resistance against an oppressive culture. So he says that you may be able to see the lyrical poetry as critical and utopian, right? So this is a possible answer for us. I'm not saying this is a very good answer. I'm going to put a star on this and we'll take a look at the next one. Option number 3 says the focus of lyric poetry is largely personal, okay, while that of Marxism is bringing change in society. Okay, so this is very clear. That is largely personal. This is bringing social change. Unless the difference is resolved, poetry will remain largely utopian. The passage did not ask you to resolve the difference. So therefore, 3 is incorrect because it is bringing out facts which are not mentioned in the passage. Remember, a summary is just a summation of everything that's mentioned in the passage. You cannot add extra things. Option number 4, Marxism has internal contradictions, due to which one strand of Marxism sees no merit in lyric poetry, while another appreciates the alternative modes of perception in poetry. Now, the fact that Marxism has internal contradictions is not very clearly brought out. It says that there is one stream of thought in Marxism that appreciates lyric poetry, that says lyric poetry may have alternative modes of perception and description. So to say that Marxism has internal contradictions, and because of those contradictions, one strand is not seeing any merit while another is appreciating, this causal relationship again is not mentioned in the passage, right? So if there is this causal relationship in my option, that does not make it correct. So the only option that really works for us here is option number 2, and that's why that becomes the correct answer here. I hope you got that. Thank you so much. We'll go to the next question. Question number 2, very interesting sentence placement question. And this was one of the questions that I remembered after the exam also very, very clearly. Why? Because it was talking about this napalm girl picture, right? So remember sentence placement, a sentence is given to you, you're supposed to place it in between. Very, very simple. Now, taken outside the village of Trangbank, the picture. Now, the minute I saw this, the picture, I knew that there had to be a link to this. And I was trying to look for where the, where the link is. Okay. So, taken outside the village of Trangbank, the picture captured the trauma and indiscriminate violence of a conflict. Which conflict? That had claimed a million or more civilian lives. The horrifying photograph of children fleeing a deadly napalm attack has become a defining image not only of the Vietnam War but also the 20th century. Okay, so it's a defining image. Dark smoke billowing behind them. Who is this them? Of course, the children that we are talking about. So there is a very beautiful connect here. So blank one is not really a place that I can put my sentence, because this pronoun really clearly refers to the children who are fleeing the deadly napalm attack. The young subjects' faces are painted with a mixture of terror, pain, and confusion. Soldiers from South Vietnamese Army 25th division follow helplessly behind. Again, these two sentences also are connected. So again, blank 2, I cannot put anyone. I'm eliminating blank 1, blank 2. Okay, now I have option 3 and option number 4. Now, look at the sentence after blank 3. It starts with saying the picture was officially titled The Terror of War, but the photo is better known by the nickname given to the naked girl at its center, the napalm girl. Now, my problem is where to put this sentence, to put it in blank number 3 or to put it in blank number 4. And that's all I need to worry about. Now, when we look at this sentence, it's very clear. If you look at the given sentence, it says taken outside the village of Trangbank, the picture captured the trauma and indiscriminate violence of a conflict. So we are already talking of this conflict, and this conflict is mentioned in the previous 2-3 sentences here, where we say dark smoke is billowing behind them. These children are, their faces are a mixture of terror, pain, and confusion. The soldiers are following helplessly behind. Okay. So now we continue with the description of the picture, that the picture captures the trauma and the indiscriminate violence of a conflict that killed so many people. And then we say that the picture was officially titled The Terror of War, but it is better known by the name The Napalm Girl. So 3 is a very good place to put our sentence, because it describes that the whole scenario very beautifully. There's that continuation of the description in 3. 4 then sort of is not the right place, because 4 we've already spoken about everything that we had to speak about the description of the photo. So the 4th sentence is like the photograph is already discussed. Now we are saying that the napalm girl was that 9-year-old child at the center. So now we must talk about something, maybe related to the child or whatever. So 4 is not a very good place for us to put the sentence. Now this question, the options were jumbled. So you had to make sure that you checked that it was option number 1, that was your answer, which said option 3 or blank 3. So that is how the correct answer would go. All right, let's go to the next question. Question number 3 in this set is again an alternative summary. You have to identify. Now this one was a slightly tricky one. So if you have done this slot, you know that this was the tricky set, and therefore you had to pay attention to this set. Let's read and let's understand. So it says, when the trad wife put on that Georgic pinstripe dress, she's not just admiring the visual cues of a fantastical past. She takes these dreams of storybook bliss literally, tracing them backward in time until she reaches a logical conclusion that satisfies her. So there is somebody called a trad wife. Okay. I don't know what she is, but I'm not bothered by the word. So this trad wife, when she wears a particular pinstriped dress, it's not just that she is imagining or thinking of a beautiful past. She is thinking of the beautiful, fantastic past. Fantastical means imaginary, right? So beautiful past that she is thinking of. But she is also doing something. She takes that dream and she traces it backwards till she reaches a satisfactory conclusion, till she reaches a conclusion that makes her happy, that tells her, yes, this is correct. And when she does this, when she reaches this conclusion, she ends up delivering an unhappy reminder of just how much our lives consist of artifice and play acting. So when this trad wife is reaching that conclusion about the past, her own conclusion that the past had to be something like this, then she reminds us of the artificialness. Artifice is fake behavior, right? So artificialness of our lives and the play acting, the drama, the mockery that our lives is all about. So that's a reminder to us. The trad wife outrages people also because of her deliberately regressive ideals. So people get angry, they're outraged because she does this. She may or may not be really regressive, but deliberately she becomes regressive. So people don't like her. And yet, the minute I see that and yet, I'm like, okay. And yet her behavior is on some level indistinguishable from the non-trad wives. So her behavior, trad wife's behavior, is the same as the non-trad wife behavior also. So that's the contrast that comes in. Oh, that's a very strange thing. The trad wife's trollish genius is to beat us up at our own dress-up game. So she is very wicked and she's beating us at our own game. Okay. So she beats you at your own game. Okay. Then she says, by insisting that the idyllic cottage daydream should be real, right down to the primitive gender role, she leaves others feeling hollow and cheated. So she kind of is like a mirror. So when she insists, no, that men have to be men, women have to be women, and there is this idyllic daydream, the perfect life, the others who've been talking about this thing or sort of suggesting that women should do that, they feel hollow. So that hollowness comes up. Okay. The hullabaloo and the headache she causes may be the price we pay for taking too many things at face value. So when she causes this noise, this hullabaloo, this, much ado about nothing, is the price or is possibly the price we pay when we take things at face value. Okay. So that's the problem. We are taking too many things at face value and therefore we are now faced with the result of that. Our just desserts. Just dessert means now what you deserved. Served Instagram perfect by a manicured hand on a gorgeous ceramic dish with fat, mouth-watering maraschino cherries on top. So you're now getting what you deserved. So you are getting what you deserve. Now, whether you deserve the good things or the bad things, if you've been asking for the bad things, you will get that. And that's your thought. Now, this entire passage essentially talks about what? It says that if you're looking for superficiality, the trad wife is giving you the superficiality, right? And then you can't say you're sorry about it or that you don't want it. So that's what this paragraph is all about. If you look at our options, let's go from option number 1, the trad wife with her vintage dress and traditional role. So she is bringing these, highlights what? The superficiality of modern life, that okay, your life is very superficial, and challenges current societal norms. So if people want men to be men and women to be women, then she is bringing that out, but that leaves you feeling hollow. So there is that sense of challenge. I'll put a star on 1, but I'll look at option number 2. The trad wife's vintage dress and adherence to traditional role reveal the artificial nature of modern life and its superficial values. Okay. All right. So her vintage dress and her adherence to traditional roles, these are revealing the artificial nature of modern life. But is that what the passage said, that the dress and the roles, that is revealing the artificial nature, or it is the trad wife who's revealing? So it is the trad wife, therefore not one. The trad wife's commitment to outdated gender roles and retro fashion critiques the superficiality of today's societal ideas. So when the trad wife is, committed to her gender roles and the retro fashion, the old vintage fashion, she is critiquing, she is analyzing the superficiality, but critiquing is not criticizing, and therefore, and also she is not really criticizing, she is bringing it out for you. So therefore 3 is also not correct. Let's look at 4. By promoting an idealized past, the trad wife exposes the artifice of contemporary values and mocks societal norms. But is again this causal relationship, can we say that just by promoting this idealized past, she is able to expose the artifice of contemporary values and mocks the societal norms? Does she do these two? No, again, not really. The best option here is option number 4, because that's the one that says that the trad wife is just doing what? She is just very clearly highlighting the superficiality of this modern life. Whatever you're doing, look at this. Our just dessert served Instagram perfect by a manicured hand on a gorgeous ceramic dish with fat mouth-watering maraschino cherries on top. So you are getting this, and whatever you're getting is your just dessert, right? So therefore, 4 not so much, 1 yes. So now, like I said, these options were very close, and therefore it was slightly difficult for us to pick what the right answer is. Option number 4, I really liked as an option, but my problem was that again, this causal relationship, is that the one that she is using to expose the artifice? Not really. Okay, so therefore 4 was not a very good choice for us. Very close options. Well, that's how it is. Let's look at the passage, questions 4 to 7. This was a passage. Let's take a look. Which passage is this? Okay, so this was a very nice passage. Slightly of all the passages that were there, this was probably the toughest passage of the 4. I'm not saying that it is correct, but I'm just saying that this is one of those that was slightly tougher than the rest. Okay. All right, let's take a look at our passage. Languages become endangered and die out for many reasons. Okay, so we start out by saying that languages die out for many reasons. Okay. Sadly, the physical annihilation of community. So he comes out with a sadly, says, okay, this is a problem, that the physical annihilation of communities of native speakers of a language is all too often the cause of language extinction. So when the people die, the language dies. In North America, European colonists brought death and destruction to the Native American communities. And then the US federal policies restricted the use of indigenous language. They removed the native children from their communities to federal boarding schools where native languages and cultural practices were prohibited. So as many as 75% of the languages that were spoken in the territories have gone extinct, right? With slightly better survival rates in Central and South America. So the first paragraph talks about the fact that, okay, so the passage talks about languages and their death. Okay. And then the first one says the physical annihilation of communities is one of the reasons that the communities die and therefore the languages die, which is what happened in the US. 75% languages died. In Central and South America, well, better survival rates than this. Okay. So the second paragraph says, even without physical annihilation and prohibitions against language use, the language of dominant cultures may drive other languages into extinction. So young people see education, job, culture, technology, all of these associated with the dominant language, and then they pay attention to that language. Now, the largest language killers are English, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Russian, Hindi, and Chinese. These are all dominant languages. So, the second thing that the author tells you here is that the dominant language kills the others also, right? So, there is one dominant language, and that will kill all the other languages of that particular region. And the third paragraph, when we lose a language, we lose the world view. We lose the world view, and we lose the culture, knowledge, and everything of the people who spoke it. It is a loss to all humanity. People around the world live in direct contact with their native environment and their habitat. Now, when the language they speak goes extinct, the rest of the people lose their knowledge of that environment, their wisdom about the relationship between local plants and illnesses, their philosophical and religious beliefs, their native cultural expression, art, music, poetry, all of that dies, right? So essentially, the third paragraph talks about with the death of a language, also dies the culture, the indigenous knowledge, right? The indigenous society, everything, the beliefs, religions, everything dies. Okay. Then the fourth paragraph says, as educators deeply immersed in liberal arts. Okay, so now we're starting to talk about liberal arts, people who are teaching liberal arts. We believe that educating students broadly in all facets of language and culture yield immense rewards. So teach them all the facets of language and culture. Some individuals educated in liberal art tradition will pursue advanced studies in linguistics and become actively engaged in language preservation, setting out for the Amazon, for example, with video recording equipment to interview the last surviving elders in a community to record and document a language. So because we are educators in a particular stream, we understand that liberal arts are important. So sometimes somebody who studies liberal arts will just become involved in language preservation, and he may go to Amazon and he may try and record a particular language to save it. Very interesting example of the Amazon given here. Remember, all examples are question pockets. Now, certainly, though, the vast majority of students will not pursue this kind of activity. So, a lot of students will not do this. Very few will do this. Okay. For these students, a liberal art education is absolutely critical. It's very important from the twin perspectives of language extinction and global citizenship. When students study other languages other than their own, they're sensitized to the existence of different cultural perspectives. So when they learn other languages, they understand there are other perspectives, other practices. Then they're able to articulate insights into their own cultural biases, be more empathetic, communicate successfully across all sorts of differences, whether linguistic, cultural. They consider and resolve questions that reflect multiple cultural perspectives. So they understand, and they ultimately extend support to people, programs, practices, and policies that support the preservation of endangered language. So then, if you don't really go out and get into language preservation, you still understand language extinction, right? And you understand global citizenship, and then you also understand how important these things are and become more accepting and understanding of other cultures. So essentially, the fifth paragraph talks about how you become accepting and understanding of multiple cultures and their views. Okay. So multiculturalism is something that is born out of this. There is ample evidence that such preservation can work in languages spiraling towards extinction. For example, so wherever there are languages which are going extinct, such preservation can help, right? For example, Navajo, Cree, and Inuit communities have established schools in which these languages are the languages of instruction, and the number of speaker of each has increased. So if you start teaching, okay, if you start teaching people a particular language, the speakers will increase, and that will help in preservation of language. Okay, so that was your passage, the first one. Here, let's take a look at our questions. So question number 1, which says it can be inferred from the passage that it is likely South America had a slightly better language survival rate than North America for all of the following reasons except. Now remember, something is not the reason, that's what we're looking for. The minute it says reason plus except, okay, we are looking for something which is not a reason. Okay, not a reason for languages better survival rate in Central and South America. This is where this statement was mentioned. Okay. So let's take a look. It can be inferred from the passage that it is likely South America had a better language survival rate than North America for which of these reasons. Whatever is not the reason, that becomes your correct answer. So European colonists allowed children of native speaker to stay at home with their families. Probably this could have been a reason. So let me write reason here. Not many native speakers were killed by European colonists, could have been a reason. Locals were provided job opportunities in the colonial administration. Now, this was not one of the reasons why the North American people died. So I don't know about this. Jobs are not mentioned in the passage. Look at the fourth one. The colonial government was unable to mainstream the locals. If they were unable to mainstream the locals, then this could have been a reason why South America had a better survival rate. So the only one that is not really to be inferred from the passage has to be option number 3. And therefore, that will be the correct answer. Okay. So let's understand what we did. We looked for anything that was a reason why the North Americans did not survive. The North American languages did not survive. And we inverted and we said that's probably a reason why the South American languages survived. So 1, 2, and 4 became reasons why these languages survived, the South American ones. And because 3 was not mentioned anywhere in the passage, therefore we assume that this is the one that is your correct answer. Okay. All right. Let's look at the next question. In the context of the passage, which one of the following hypothetical scenarios, if true, is not an example of the kind of loss that occurs when a language becomes extinct? Okay. So let's first understand the question. So there are many losses that occur when a language becomes extinct. We are looking for a loss that will not occur. Okay. A loss that will not occur. Okay, that's what you're looking for. Of course, this is hypothetical, but that's what we're looking for. Okay, so now if you understand the passage, we have understood that the losses can be of language, of culture, and so on, right? So we have said when we lose a language, we lose the worldview, culture, and knowledge of the people who speak it, constituting a loss to all humanity. We've understood many things. Okay. Now, the Andamanese language has a word to describe someone who has lost a stepsister. When the language dies, we will lose the concept of the word and the emotion it evokes. Well, yes, whenever a language dies, we lose the concept of that word and the emotion that it evokes. So, therefore, 1 is something that is a loss that will occur. Okay, so I'm going to cross it out. The Inuits of Alaska have 35 different words to describe the texture of snow. So when the language becomes extinct, we will lose that understanding of the nature. Yes, so we will lose of all the different types of snow. Okay, so their wisdom about, their knowledge about the environment is something that we will lose. So therefore 2 is also a type of loss that is mentioned. The Nicobarese language describes 20 different moods of the ocean. The last time the last in by the time the last speaker is educated in a central board school, they will have forgotten their language. Okay, now look at this. The language is describing 20 different moods of the ocean. So if the last speaker is educated, they will have forgotten their language. Is also a loss that will occur, because somebody will die, the language will die. The Lamkangs of Manipur have only 3 remaining native speakers. When they die, we will lose one more group from the government list of indigenous tribes. But this is not talking about the loss of a language becoming extinct, right? This is talking about the death of one group of people. Okay, so 4 is the only one that does not talk about the loss from a language loss, right? When a language dies, what's the loss? This is just talking about the death of one group of people. So therefore 4 is the only one that can be your answer. Again, this was a very close, very tight question. Good question, very interesting. I hope you got that. So I hope you got this one. Let's go to the next question. Question number 3 in this set. Which of the following would hypothetically most strongly undermine the central idea of the passage? Well, what is the central idea of this passage? That languages die for many reasons, and if you are able to give liberal arts education, then people will start trying to preserve the language, try to understand the language, and try to help, make more people speak it. So I'm looking at something that will undermine the central idea of this passage. Let's take a look. A liberal arts education requires that in addition to being fluent in English, students gain fluency in 2 of the top 5 most spoken languages. Now, this one says that if you're trying to gain fluency in the most spoken languages, then you are actually working towards building the dominant language. Okay, so this actually strengthens the idea in the passage, right? That language dies, and there can be languages which die. They will kill the because of the death of the language, there will be the death of the culture also. And that there are some dominant languages, and because of those also other languages die. So this is actually going to strengthen the idea in the passage that we have. Okay, let's look at the second one. Schools that teach endangered languages can preserve the language only for a generation. Now, if you look at this, now option number 2 here very clearly says that schools that teach endangered languages can preserve the language only for a generation. Okay, my thought, okay, guys, I think I'm getting this one wrong for some reason. Let me quickly take you back to this question and understand this question once again. So we'll try and see. Okay. So which one of the following hypothetical scenarios would most strongly undermine the central idea of the passage? So I'm trying to undermine the central idea. Let's rewrite the central idea and then take it from there. Central idea is languages when they die, okay, it's the death of a culture. Okay, when a language dies, it is the death of a culture. Okay, and any other thing that is there is that if you give a liberal arts education, then that will lead to increase in preservation of the language, right? So that is what the passage is all about. Now, if we take a look at this and try and see which one of the following scenarios would most strongly undermine the central idea. So I'm looking at something that weakens it. I was looking at option number 1 and then I thought, no, this is not correct. A liberal arts education requires that in addition to being fluent in language, students gain fluency in 2 of the top 5 most spoken languages. So then what they're doing is they're actually causing the death of the culture, right? Because they are now studying a dominant language. So this one is actually talking about the same thing, that you will be able to kill the language. Okay, let's look at option number 2. I'm not taking a decision now. Schools that teach endangered languages can preserve the language only for a generation. Well, even if you preserve the language only for a generation, you've still preserved it. So this does not weaken the central idea at all. Recording a dying language that only has a few remaining speakers freezes it in time and it stops evolving further, but you've still saved it, you've still preserved it. So therefore 3 also does not weaken the thought of the passage or does not undermine the central idea. Most liberal arts students will pursue jobs in publishing and human resource management rather than doctorates in linguistics. But you don't have to have a doctorate in linguistics to help preserve. Even if you have a job in publishing or HR, you could still be more empathetic towards other language cultures. So therefore 4 is also not something that weakens the central idea of this passage, that a liberal arts education can help you preserve it. So the only one that can be the correct answer is option number 1, which is saying that if you have a liberal arts education, you are gaining fluency in the dominant language, and because of that dominant language that you're learning, the other languages will die. So therefore 1 is the correct answer here. The 1 is the only one that will undermine the central idea of this passage. Let's look at the next question. This one says the author believes that a liberal arts education combined with participation in language preservation empowers students in all of the following ways except. So you're looking for something which does not empower a student, right? So look for a way that does not empower a student, and that will be your correct answer. So option number 1 says they establish schools to preserve languages spiraling towards extinction. But if they establish schools to preserve languages which are spiraling towards extinction, I'm going to say that this might help them to preserve the language. Okay, let me put a star on option number 1. Overcome cultural barriers to communication. Well, this is a way that the student is going to be empowered. So I'm going to cross out 2. Develop a better understanding of their own culture is also a way that a student will be empowered. So I will cut this out. Look at 3. If they will learn different languages, then they are also empowered by learning and understanding other cultures. So 3 is also an empowerment. 4, which says they will establish schools to preserve languages spiraling towards extinction, does not really empower a student. Okay, it may help preserve a language, but is it empowering students? Not really. So the correct answer here will be option number 4. Now again, this was one of the tricky questions that you had to pay attention to. Otherwise, you would have simply eliminated option 1 just the way that I was trying to eliminate it. My mind went, okay, this is also a way of empowering, but this is a way. Option number 1 is how you can preserve a language. It is not how you empower a student. So therefore not 1. So therefore 1 will be the correct answer, how you do not empower a student. Okay, I hope you got that. Let's go to question number 8. Here we are. Okay, this is a sentence placement. Many have had to leave their homes behind, with more than 1.3 million people being displaced due to the drought. Okay. Oh, this was a nice one, I think, huh? So let's take a look. Somalia has been dealing with an enormous humanitarian catastrophe driven by the longest and most severe drought in the country. Okay. Experienced in the last 40 years. 5 consecutive rainy seasons have failed, causing more than 8 million people to experience acute food insecurity. Okay, now the first sentence of the passage starts by introducing the fact that there is a huge drought and a long drought. Okay, then you go there, then you continue, the author continues and says that 5 consecutive seasons have not had rain. So blank number 1 is not a place where you would put this sentence. Okay, because remember, it's talking about the people. So here we were, the first 2 sentences, we are talking about the drought itself. More than 43,000 people are believed to have lost their lives. Okay, with half of the lives lost likely being children under 5. Okay, the damage the drought has caused is far reaching. Okay, so now we are seeing that lots of people have died, and interestingly, big drought loss, big damage has happened. Then we come to blank number 3. Okay, and then we continue and say farmers have lost all their agricultural income, while pastoralists have lost more than 3 million livestock, impoverishing entire communities and leaving them on the brink of famine. Then the next one says some, like the pastoralist, may never be able to go back as their livelihoods have been irreversibly wiped out. Now, if you look at this, we start with, so after blank 3, we say the impact, the damage is far reaching. And then he says the farmers have lost their agricultural income. And then he says pastoralists have lost 3 million livestock, more than 3 million animals. So the communities have become impoverished. People are on the brink of famine. Then we say some, like the pastoralists, may never be able to go back. Here is where my connection between many and some happen. That many have had to leave their homes behind, and then the some pastoralists may never be able to go back. So here is the connection, that many have left their homes behind and some may never be able to go back. Okay, and here is this very beautiful connection between many who have left and some will never be able to come back. So therefore, blank 4 is the place where I would like to put my sentence. Therefore, blank 4, option number 2, here you are, your correct answer. I hope you got that. This was one of the easier questions in this set, and therefore one of those that you should have definitely done. All right, let's go to the next one. Okay, so the next one again is a reading comprehension questions 9 to 12. We will take a moment and look at these questions. First, let us look at the passage. Okay, so this one is okay. This is a very interesting one. We're sending bacteria out to space. And this was a very lovely passage. So there is a group in space community who view the solar system not as an opportunity to expand human potential, but as a nature preserve. Forever the provenance of an elite group of scientists and their sanitary robotic probes. These planetary protection advocates call for avoiding harmful contamination of celestial bodies. Under this regime, NASA incurs great expense sterilizing robotic probes in order to prevent the contamination of entirely theoretical biospheres. Okay, so we start by saying that there are some people who don't want to contaminate space. Okay. They don't want to contaminate space. And because they don't want to contaminate space, they're saying that let's clean up everything that we send outside. Transporting bacteria would matter if Mars were the vital world once imagined by astronomers who mistook optical illusions for canals. Nobody wants to expose Martians to measles, but sadly, robotic explorations reveal a bleak, rusted landscape, lacking oxygen and flooded with radiation, ready to sterilize any athlete. So whatever microbes you will send, they will get sterilized. So no worries about that. Simple life might exist underground or down at the bottom of a deep canyon, but it's been very hard to find. So I've not found any life on Mars. So the upsides from human exploration and development of Mars clearly outweigh the welfare of a purely speculative Martian fungi. So the second paragraph says apparently there are no life on Mars. Okay, so you work for human, improve human lives on Mars, and don't bother about the fungi on Mars. That's the second paragraph. The other likely targets of human exploration. So one, Mars. Then we come to our moon and the asteroids. They exist in a vacuum and extreme temperature variations that will kill anything, almost anything. So you have to also pay attention that it's very important that there are, it's just not just America that is going now. There are other countries and they will ignore the demands, they will not bother. So for example, China sent a terrarium to the moon and germinated a plant seed, and there was no protest from their scientific community. Nobody in China dared to say anything. When it was recently revealed that a researcher had smuggled super resilient microscopic tardigrades abroad the Israeli Bereshit lunar probe, there was a firestorm. So now this very interesting is that on moon and asteroids there is no life. Okay, on moon, etc. Then he says that the vacuum and temperature will kill everything. Right? The vacuum and temperature will kill everything. So why worry? Also, he says that only US is worried. Other countries, for example, China, doesn't care, and there is no protest. Right? Then he says NASA's previous human explorations effort made no serious attempt at sterility, and there was no notice also, little notice. As the Mars expert Zubrin noted in the National Review, US lunar landings did not leave the campsite any cleaner. Apollo's bacteria infested litter had bags of feces also. They just threw that, forcing NASA's proposed Mars exploration to do better. Scrubbing everything and hauling out all the trash would destroy NASA's human exploration budget and encroach on the agency's other directorates too. Getting future astronauts off to Mars is enough of a challenge without trying to carry, weeks of waste. So the fourth paragraph essentially is saying that earlier we have not had any efforts at sterility. Okay. So why bother now? Okay, let's focus on getting people to Mars. Let's not focus on carrying their shit also. Then the fifth paragraph, a reasonable compromise is to continue on the course laid out by the US government and the National Research Council, which proposes a system of zones on Mars. Some for science, some for habitation, some for resource exploitation. So this will maximize exploration, minimize contamination. So Mars presents a stark choice of diverging human futures. We can turn inward, pursuing limited future, and alternatively we can just propel our biosphere further into the solar system, protecting our home planet and providing a backup plan for whatever life we have. Are the lives on Earth worth less than some hypothetical microbe lurking under the Martian rocks? So let's focus on exploration and not bother about other life forms. Okay, that is what he is saying. Not bother about other life forms. So that's your passage number 2. Let's take a look at our questions. So the first question, the author's overall tone in the first paragraph. What is the tone in the first paragraph? The first paragraph, he spoke about these evangelists who are trying to, make sure that the outer space is protected. Okay. So is he approving about the amount of money that NASA spends? Well, the passage did not really speak about how much NASA is spending to restrict the spread of contamination. It did speak of that, but it was not mentioned in a very approving way or anything. So therefore, not one. He is equivocal. Equivocal means he is not really very clear about the reasons extended by groups of scientists seeking to limit space exploration. Not mentioned, not equivocal at all. He was skeptical about the excessive efforts to sanitize planets where life has not yet been proven to exist. Yes, he is saying that these planetary protection advocates, very funny, huh? Okay. So yes, it could be skeptical. I'll put a star on this. He's indifferent to the elitism of a few scientists aiming to corner space exploration, but he does not talk about these scientists who are just aiming to corner space exploration. So 4 is incorrect. So the best answer for us will be option number 3, that he is skeptical. He says also, look at this, there is a group in space community who are viewing the solar system as a nature preserve forever. The provenance, the control of an elite group of scientists and their sanitary robotic probes. Very mocking, very skeptical. He says these people are calling for harmful or avoiding harmful contamination of celestial bodies. That's probably not possible. So therefore 3, that's your best answer. All right, let's look at the next question. Question number 2, the contrasting reactions to Chinese and Israeli contaminations of lunar space. So the Chinese, nobody said a word. Israel, everybody made a big hue and cry. So these are evidences of China's reasonable approach. But does China have a reasonable approach? Not really. It says very clearly that China sent a terrarium and they went out and did whatever they wanted to. Nobody cared. So it's not evidence of China's reasonable approach. So let's eliminate 1. Let's look at 2. Reveal global biases prevalent in attitudes towards different countries. Do we have different attitudes towards different countries? No. It's that the country itself did not bother only. So therefore you could not say anything. Are valid. The reactions are valid as the contamination of lunar environment from animal sources is far greater from plant sources. We don't know if which contamination is greater. And this is not the reason for the contrasting reactions also. And it's not valid. So eliminate. Look at 4. Indicate that national scientists may have different sensitivities to issues of biosphere protection. Yes, the Chinese scientists did not say anything. The Israelis and the Americans went and made such a huge hue and cry. So 4, yes, is the correct answer for us. Okay. All right, let's look at the next question. Question number 3, the author is unlikely to disagree with any of the following except. Now look at this. Unlikely, disagree, and accept. So I'm going to just eliminate unlikely and disagree, except. So I know that the author is going to disagree with one of these. Which one is he going to disagree with? That's going to be our answer. Okay. So that while NASA's earlier missions were not ideal in their contamination, in their approach to space contamination, they likely did no grave damage. This is something that he has said in the last paragraph, right? So he will agree with this. The proposal for a zonal segregation of Martian landscape into regions for different purposes, again, is something that he will agree with because he's also mentioned that in the last paragraph. The exorbitant cost of continuing to keep the space environment pristine may be unsustainable. And again, this is something he will agree with. He has said this here in the 4th paragraph. Space contamination should be minimized until the possibility of life on astronomical body being explored is ruled out. He did not say anything like this. So this should be my answer. This is the one that he will disagree with. You can't stop space contamination, keep it minimized till you rule out all space being explored and there being no life forms. That's not possible. Therefore, D is the one that is your correct answer. Now, this one you have to be a little careful because, of course, 3 negatives, unlikely, disagree, and accept. So pay attention. All right, let's look at the next question. The author mentions all of the following reasons to dismiss concerns about contaminating Mars, except. So which one mentions all of these to dismiss concern, except. So the one that he does not mention, right? That's your answer. So which one he does not mention? Let's take a look. Efforts to contain contamination on Mars are likely to be derailed as competitor countries may not follow similar restrictions. Yes, we spoke about China, so he does mention, so cannot be my answer. Earlier explorations have already contaminated pristine space environment. He's mentioned it, so not to. The lack of evidence on living organisms on Mars makes possible contamination a moot point. So yes, he's already mentioned it. You've already gone and contaminated. So why bother now? The use of similar probes on astronomical bodies like the moon have had little effect on the environment. He's not mentioned any probes and their use having little effect on the environment. So 4 is the one that he's not mentioned, therefore your correct answer. Okay, I hope you got that. All right, let's look at question number 13. Here we are. Okay, again, passage completion. Let's take a look. So this reality is putting stress on employees who have to pay for transport, desk lunches, more childcare, clothing, and after work socialization costs they haven't incurred for nearly 2 years. What is this cost that they haven't incurred? It is the cost of coming back to office, right? Let's take a look. Prices are rising at their fastest rate in 40 years. Consequently, so I'm just going to mark this reality. Consequently, return to office related costs have shot up. Think petrol and food, for instance. Yet wages haven't kept up. I know that these two sentences make such a beautiful tight pair. So blank 2, nothing, blank 1, nothing. I'm eliminating. So I've eliminated this and this. Yet wages haven't kept up with inflation, even despite the salary growth many workers who have enjoyed during a favorable pandemic labor market. So wages are not matching with the inflation. This is especially jarring for workers who were able to save during remote work when these expenditures weren't a factor. How beautiful. These expenditures. What are these expenditures? The expenditures that are mentioned here: transport, lunch, childcare, clothing, socialization, so on. These expenditures. Isn't that a beautifully created set? So the answer has to be option number 3. And that's your answer, blank number 3. 4 cannot be there because we've already found such a beautiful answer here. So option 3, blank 3, that's your correct answer. Don't go all ballistic on me because, ma'am, you have not explained why not option 4. Because 3 is so beautifully fit there. Okay. All right, let's go to the next question. Okay, the next is again a set of RCs. Let's take a look. Which one is this? Oh, fear of AI. Okay, I like this one. So fears of AI have haunted humanity since the beginning of the computer age. Hitherto, till now, these fears focused on machines using physical means to kill, enslave, or replace people. But over the past few years, new tools have emerged that threaten the survival of human civilization from an unexpected direction. Oh, that's interesting. Now we are talking about something unexpected. What is this unexpected direction? Okay, AI has gained some remarkable abilities to manipulate and generate language, whether with words, sounds, or images. And AI has thereby hacked the operating system of our civilization. So the first paragraph tells you that AI has hacked language, which is how our civilization works. That's the first paragraph. Language is the stuff almost all human culture is made of. Okay, everything that we have. Human rights are not inscribed in our DNA. Okay, they're cultural artifacts that we created by telling stories and by writing laws. Gods are not physical realities. They're cultural artifacts we created by creating these myths and writing the stories. So human rights, gods, what would happen once a non-human intelligence becomes better than average human at telling stories, composing melodies, drawing images, and writing laws and scriptures? They will do everything that we are doing. When people think about ChatGPT and other new AI tools, they will be drawn to the example of children using AI to write their essays. What will you do in school when the children use AI? But this is the small picture. Look at the big one. The big one, American presidential race in 2024, we just have it. And imagine the impact of AI tools that will mass produce political fake news, scriptures for new cards. My goodness. So AI is going to rewrite everything. and will create such fake stories, such believable fake stories that we'll have no way to not accept it. Through its mastery of language, AI could even form intimate relationships with people and use the power of intimacy to change our opinions and worldviews. Although there is no indication that AI has any consciousness or feelings to foster fake intimacy, it is enough if AI can make them feel emotionally attached. So now the third problem is that people will become emotionally attached to AI, and then they will do whatever AI wants them to do. That's what happens, no? Okay. What will happen to the course of history? What will happen to history when AI takes over culture and begins to produce stories, melodies, everything? Previous tools like the printing press and radios helped spread the cultural idea of humans, but they did not create new cultural ideas of their own. Now, AI can create a culture, it can create completely new ideas, new culture. Now, you can use AI for good, but there are lots of people who already speak about it. So, author will not speak about the good of. So, author is just very negatively inclined about AI, right? He's saying that I'm not dwelling on this. There could be good uses, but we are not. So AI is taking over history. Very bad. Then in the fifth paragraph, we can still regulate the new AI tools. Okay, author is saying, okay, we can still regulate, but we must act quickly. Okay, here is the author's caution. He's saying we must act quickly. Now, nukes cannot invent more powerful nukes. AI can create more powerful AI. So, if you are using it unregulatedly, there will be social chaos. So, autocrats will benefit, democracies will be ruined. Now, democracy is a conversation. Conversation happens due to language. So, when the language is hacked, conversation is going to be hacked. So, democracy is going to be destroyed. So the first rule author is saying is that make it mandatory for AI to disclose that it is an AI. If I'm having a conversation and I don't know if it is human or AI, I need to know. So therefore, and then he says this text has been generated by a human or has it? And then he says, okay, I don't know. So AI rules have to come. And the first one is to disclose that it is AI. Right? Now that's your passage. Very scary, just gives me the jitters as to what AI is going to do to us. All right. We can infer that the author is most likely to agree with which of the following statements. Okay, let's take a look. So, which of these is the author going to agree with? The commonly expressed fear that future AI developments will fatally harm humans is unfounded. Okay. All right. So, the commonly expressed fear that future AI developments will fatally harm humans is unfounded. No, author is saying there is a fear. Okay. One of the biggest casualties of the spread of unregulated AI is likely to be the democratic process. Yes, he said that in the last paragraph, so he will definitely agree with you. People's fear of the dangers of student using ChatGPT are unfounded. No, he will not agree with this. He will say they are founded, they are based on realities. Apart from its drawbacks, AI tools have been beneficial in boosting technological and industrial advance. Author has not mentioned any of this. He doesn't like that. So the correct answer is going to be 2. Very clearly from the passage. The last part of the passage very clearly says that democracy will be destroyed. Okay. Look at the next question. The author terms language the operating system of our civilization for all of the following reasons except. So why doesn't he call it the operating system? Look for that reason. So it is fundamental to the articulation and spread of human values and culture. Yes, this is one of the reasons. So cannot be my answer. Okay. Can influence political views and opinions as it engenders close emotional ties among people is one of the reasons. So eliminate. Is the basis of AI tools like ChatGPT, which can be used to generate academic content and opinion, but that's not the reason why it is the operating system of the civilization. So not a reason. So this is a possible answer. Let me look at 4. Has laid The foundation for creation of cultural artifacts through writing and telling of stories. Yes, in the second paragraph, we said that human rights, gods, these are all realities that have been created. So this is also a reason. So cannot be my answer. So my best answer is going to be option number 3, that language is the operating system of our civilization for reason 1, 2, and 4, and not 3. So that's your answer. The author identifies all of the following as dire outcomes of the capture of language by AI, except. So all of these are dire outcomes except. So something is not a dire outcome, right? Let's take a look. Let's eliminate all the dire outcomes, and then whatever is remaining will be my correct answer. So it could outstrip human creativity and endeavors in spheres such as art and music and in the formulation of law. Yes, this is a dire outcome, so cannot be my answer. It can eventually subvert democratic processes through mass creation and spread of fake political content and news. Yes, dire outcome, I'll eliminate. It could spawn a completely new culture through its ability to create new ideas and opinion. Yes, dire outcome. Apply its mastery of language to create strong emotional ties, which could exacerbate the polarization of political views. But this is not a dire outcome that is mentioned in the passage. So therefore, 4 then becomes my correct answer. Okay. All right. Let's look at the next one. The tone of the passage. So there were 2 tone questions this time, which is divergent from the previous 3-4 years. We've had a tone question, but all the time that we teach you tone has really helped. So the tone of the passage is alarmist, quizzical, prescient, and cautionary. Now, alarmist is something that says that I'm trying to raise alarm, I'm trying to warn you, I'm creating a lot of hullabaloo about that. Because the passage discusses scenarios of influence of new AI tools on language and human emotions. Yes, but was he really causing a lot of alarm in the passage? I don't know. I'll put a star on this. Quizzical, as the passage poses several questions. Quizzical, he's doubting himself, he's asking questions. No, the tone of the passage is not quizzical at all. Prescient means predictive. As the author analyzes the future impact of the use of new tools on crucial areas of our society. Again, he was not being prescient here. Cautionary, because he lays out some adverse effect of proliferation of unregulated AI tools. Yes, 4 is the correct answer. I think between 1 and 4, the second part of option 4 is a much better answer, because the author does lay out some adverse effect of the proliferation of the unregulated AI tools. He does not discuss the scenarios of influence of new AI tool on language and human emotions. He does not talk about those scenarios later. So between 1 and 4, I think 4 is a better choice of tone. He is cautionary everywhere. He says AI could be used for good purposes. I won't dwell on this because people who develop AI talk about it enough. And then he says this text has been generated by a human, or has it? So that's where the cautionary tone comes in. All right, let's look at question number 18. Okay, this is a summary question. Again, let's take a look. Humans have managed to tweak the underlying biology of various plants and animals to produce high-tech crops and microbes. Okay, so we're talking about biology to produce crops and microbes. Okay. Tweaking of biology, but regulating these entities is complicated. So regulation is complicated. He clearly says that. Why? Because the policies are outdated and not flexible. So policies are outdated and not flexible. Okay, so we say that the policies are outdated and not flexible. The question is whether regulation will ever be able to keep up with human innovation to regulate living things, which are apt to be unpredictable and unique, to capture all the potential risk when new biological entities are introduced or when they pass on variations of their genes. So the question is, can regulation keep up with all the changes? Right? So these are the three things that this passage talks about. Okay, let's take a look at our options and let's see if any of the options will work for us. Current regulation of biotechnology is outdated, but it is debatable if we can create a framework, imaginative and flexible to cover all contingencies in this fast changing area. Okay, so we are talking about biotechnology. We've changed crops, we've changed microbes. Regulation is complicated, but can it keep up? Okay, so I think we've covered all the points, but let's look at other options also. So option number 2 says the problem with formulating regulation for innovation in the scientific arena, too broad, because are we only talking about innovation in the scientific arena? Okay, and which one? Because we were specifically talking about biology of humans and animals and all of that, and plants, that it is impossible to imagine the outcomes, and it is not impossible to imagine, so too extreme. So therefore 2 I'll not take as an answer. I'm going to eliminate it. A new framework of rules and procedures for regulating the most recent research emerging from biotechnology is urgently needed to keep up with this rapidly changing discipline. Yes, but we did not speak about what in biotechnology. The first 2 points we've missed out altogether, right? So 3 is incomplete, does not cover 2 of my points out of 3. The mercurial nature of biological entities calls for scientists to shape the regulations governing emerging technology with regular calibration to handle variations. Now, this one is a suggestion, okay, that, and also the suggestion is based on the mercurial nature of biological entities. They're not, the nature is not mercurial. It is just that they have changed, and to regulate each one of them is difficult. So to say that it is mercurial nature is something that is beyond the scope of this passage. So not 4. So the best answer here will be option number 1, and that, well, I hope you did get that. Okay, question number 19. Let's take a look. Okay, so here are 5 sentences. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent passage. You identify the odd sentence and key in the number. So this is an odd one out. You just have to identify which sentence will be the sequence, which one is the odd one out. All right. Let's take a moment, read the sentences, and then we'll take the question. So let's look at these sentences. The first one says to create a synapse, the neuron has specialized structures, often seen as tiny swellings at its terminal end of the axon, where it stores the chemicals that are emitted to transmit a signal to the next neuron. This fetal warm-up act, the soldering of neural connections before the eyes actually function, is crucial to the performance of the visual system. Okay, you're soldering the neural connections. That's crucial. The reason for this paring back of synapses is a mystery, but synaptic pruning is thought to sharpen and reinforce the correct synapses while removing the weak and unnecessary ones. Okay, so you're cutting out some of the synapses so that you get the correct ones. Neural connection between the eye and the brain are formed long before birth, establishing the wiring and the circuitry that allows a child to begin visualizing the world the minute he or she opens their eyes. During this rehearsal period, synapses between nerve cells are generated in great extent only to be pruned back during later development. So I do see some connections. The pruning you're talking about in sentence 3, in sentence 5, you're talking about a connection, right? So that pruning happens earlier and then it is sharpening it. Okay, why it happens, we don't know. Also, the paragraph should ideally start with 4, which says neural connections have to, they're formed long before birth. so that the child is able to see the world, visualize it the minute it emerges from the womb. And then this fetal warm up act is crucial to the performance of the visual system. So 4 to 5, 3 apparently all form this very beautiful set. And the odd one out, which talks about how the synapse is created, would be the odd one out. So fourth sentence number 1, which talks about how synapse is created, right? That's the odd sentence. That's the odd sentence. The other sentences all sort of talk about how the child will open their eyes and start viewing the world, and how synaptic pruning will help the child to better the view and have the correct functionings of the nerves and all of that. So 4, 2 and 5, 3, these become a pair, and 1 then becomes the odd one out. All right, I hope you got that. Okay, questions 20 to 23 is again a passage. Let's take a look. Now, this was a very interesting passage. I liked it. Motai has been a global booze sensation of the decade. What is Motai? It's a booze. It's sensational for the decade. A bottle of its Flying Fairy, which was selling in the 1980s for $1, now retails for $400. Its shares have soared by almost 600%, outpacing even Amazon. Oh, wow, very interesting. Okay, so we start by talking about Motai, and we say that it's doing very well. Okay, we've understood it's a booze. It does this while disregarding every Western marketing mantra. Oh, they don't care. It's not global. It has very small digital sales, does not appeal to millennials. Its course, so it doesn't do anything on environment, social, and government measures. In the Boy Scout world of Western business, it would leave a bad taste in more than one ways. So the second paragraph says it's a renegade. It's doing something that others are not. Okay, it's not global. It has very little sales. All the Western marketing mantras are disregarded, right? Disregarded. All the marketing rules. Okay. The third paragraph. Motai owes its intoxicating success to 3 factors, and not all of them are easy to emulate. Okay. First, its profits from Chinese nationalism. Oh, so I belong to a country. It is known as the national liquor. It was used to raise spirit and disinfect wounds in Mao's Long March. It was Premier Zhao Enlai's favorite tipple, shared with Richard Nixon in 1972. It's centuries-old craftsmanship. It is distilled 8 times and stored for years in earthenware jars. Is a source of national pride. It also claims to be hangover proof, which would make it an invention to rival gunpowder. What an interesting one. I just remembered something. So I'm just going to mark this out very beautifully. So the first reason, nationalism. Okay, reason 1, nationalism. Okay. Chinese thing. Second, it chose to serve China's super rich rather than the middle class. Okay, so this is exclusivity, right? The second reason is it is serving the rich or the super rich. Markets are littered with corpses of firms that could not compete in the cutthroat battle for the Chinese middle class. And the country's premium market is massive. Okay, 73 million strong, bigger than the population of France. An investment firm is noting this, and still less crowded with prestige brands. So they have fewer prestige brands. Motai is that. Okay. Then the third reason, it looks beyond millennials and digital natives. It is looking at elderly and the middle-aged. So it's the third reason is the takers are the elderly and the middle age. It's not the youngsters. that it is targeting. So target audience is very different. Okay, its biggest market now is male drinkers in their mid 30s. Many have no siblings, which also means elderly parents can splash out on weddings and banquets. And Motai is often served as a guest of honor. So people are getting it. Okay. Motai has succeeded thanks to nationalism, elitism, and ageism. In other words, not in spite of this unholy trinity. So, unholy trinity is what? Nationalism, ageism, and elitism. Right? These are the three things that are the unholy trinity. But it faces risks. So, there are risks. What are the risks we are talking about? Let's pay attention to these. The first is that the government is the largest shareholder and a meddlesome one. It appears to want prices to remain stable, exorbitantly priced booze is at odds with its professed socialist ideals. So they want the prices to be cheap. Yet minority investors lament that Motai's wholesale price is a third of what it sells for in shops. So the wholesale price could be raised and it would boost the company's profit. Instead, in what some see as a travesty means a mockery of corporate governance. The majority owner is government, so they want to set up its own sales channel and not, help the people, the investors. Okay, so that's the travesty. Okay, so the price could go up, but that's not happening. Okay, so failure reasons why it could fail. Number one is government and its interference. What a lovely passage this is. Huh? In the long run, its biggest risk may be millennials. Okay, so I'm writing failure number 2, millennials. Now, once the millennials grow older, health concerns, work-life balance, and desire for more wholesome pursuits rather than binge drinking may curb the Ganbei toasting culture, the heavy drinking, on which so much of the demand for Motai is resting. For the time being, though, the party carries on, so the party is happening. So it's the millennials and their lifestyle issues, okay, that may just stop this drinking, heavy drinking that is happening. All right, what an interesting passage this was. Okay, let's take a look at our question. Question number 1. In the context of the passage, it is most likely that author refers to Motai's marketing strategy as the unholy trinity. We spoke about this. He said, Motai has succeeded thanks to nationalism, elitism, and ageism, and not in spite of this holy trinity. Okay. So why is he talking about this? Because he says that all the Western marketing mantras have been denied here. Okay. So why does the author refer to their Motai's marketing strategy? Because it contradicts the Western strategy. I'll put a star on this. Yes, it does. It profits from Chinese nationalist feeling. Yes, but that's not why the Trinity. So this is only one of the three. Right? So therefore, I'm going to eliminate 2. There is nothing holy about marketing techniques. Well, we were not talking about religion. Please understand. This is only metaphorical. So eliminate 3. It exposes the firm to long-term risk. Yes, but this is not the benefit. It is the reason for failure. So eliminate. So marketing strategy, unholy trinity, cause for success. None of those are here. So therefore, the correct answer will be option number 1. Okay. The Holy Trinity would have been the things that you did. Unholy Trinity is nationalism, elitism, and ageism, which is opposed to the Western marketing mantra. Okay, so answer will be 1. Let's look at the second one. In the context of the passage, we can infer that to succeed in the liquor industry in China, a marketing firm must consider all of the following factors that affect the Chinese liquor market, except. So, which factor should not be considered? Okay. The factor to not be considered, that's going to be your answer. Right? Please understand. Which factor has not to be considered? So let's take a look. Government may control the pricing of products. That's a factor that you have to consider. So I'm going to write a factor here and eliminate. there is money to be made from marketing to the middle class is not a factor that we are worried about, or not a factor that is mentioned in the context of the passage. The competition for winning over the middle class is very stiff. Yes, this was one of the factors that the author has mentioned in the passage, so cannot be my answer. There are few competitors to meet the demand of high-end liquor consumers. Yes, the author has said that Motai is one of those very few. So therefore, 4 also is a factor that you have to consider. So something that's not a factor to be considered is option number 2, and therefore your correct answer. All right, let's look at the next one. Which of the following is both a reason for Motai's success and a possible threat to that success? Okay, so its appeal to the rich is not a threat, so therefore not one. Government's involvement in its business, okay, is one of the threats. Okay, so now this, okay, let's rewrite it. I'm going to give you a very clearer idea. So the first one is a reason for its success. Let me write success here. The second one, government's involvement, is a threat. Okay, so I'm going to write threat here. Its appeal to the older age group is a reason for its success. We have said that. But it is also a reason for, or it's also a threat. Okay. Chinese love of liquor-filled celebration is a reason for its success, weddings and so on. So the only one which is both a reason for success and a possible threat is option number 3. And that is going to be the correct answer. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next question. Question number 4. The phrase would make it an invention to rival gunpowder is used in a sense. Okay, so I had marked this out somewhere in the previous slide. Let's take a look. I'm going to highlight this. It also claims to be hangover proof, which would make it an invention to rival gunpowder. Now here, what figure of speech has the author used? Now here he has used a metaphor. Why has he used a metaphor, or how? He's comparing the fact that Motai is hangover proof, making it an invention which is as great as the gunpowder. So he's saying that, oh, the features of Motai make it similar to gunpowder. Okay, so the similarity is given, but the word of similarity is not given. So therefore metaphorical. Synonymical would mean that they are synonyms, but gunpowder is not synonymous to Motai, so not to. Substantive again would not work, because when we are talking of substantive, so when we say substantive, we are saying something that is based in reality. Now here, how is it based in reality? We don't know. So therefore 3 would not work. And literal, of course, means actual. So again, literal would not work. The only one that would work is metaphorical. Very interesting in the sense that, again, figure of speech coming back to CAT after a long time. So therefore, that was the interesting thing. All right, we'll come to the last question of the set. Here we are, odd one out, the second odd one out. There were only 2 TETA questions in this set. So this is the one. Let's take a look and let's try and read and solve. Part of the appeal of forecasting is not just that it seems to work, but that you don't seem to need specialized expertise to succeed at it. So the appeal of forecasting is spoken about in the first statement, that it works and you don't need expertise to succeed at it. The second one says the tight connection between forecasting and building a model of the world helps explain why so much of the early interest in the idea came from the intelligence community. Okay. This was true even though the latter had access to classified intelligence. Who are the latter and what is this? That is true. One frequently cited study found that accurate forecasters' prediction of geopolitical events, okay, when aggregated using standard scientific methods, were more accurate than the forecast of the members of the US intelligence community. Okay, so people who are just doing, who don't have specialized knowledge, were doing better. The aggregate opinion of non-experts doing forecasting have proven to be a better guide than the aggregated opinion of experts. Oh, that's interesting. So now I start seeing options 5 and 4 coming together, right? Because 5 says non-experts doing forecasting is a better guide than experts, and then example is given in a study. So 5 and 4 sort of become a set, and then 3 follows, because this was true even though the latter had access to classified intelligence. So 3 sort of follows this 5-4 set, and then option 1, which talks about forecasting and its appeal, and that you don't need specialized knowledge, right? So 1, 5, 4, 3 then all become a set, and option number 2, which talk about forecasting and building a model of the world, then becomes the odd one out, or the answer that you're looking for. All right, I hope I've been able to explain these questions to you. For any more help, any more ideas, any more questions, feel free to drop a comment in the chat box, or to us, right? Thank you so much. Of course, you can send a message to any of these numbers, or send a message on the telegram or any other channels. Thank you so much, guys. I hope this was helpful. I will see you on the other side with some more analysis.